Okay then, we should be live. Let's just check that everything is functional. And then we can get into this. Nope, I don't want to sign in there. The second screen is just for the chat after all. And we should be okay with regards to that. Hello Jasdeep and Isaac. And Maj. Hello Raphael. Just give it a little bit more time for some people to filter in and then we will get going. And we may actually make some forward progress in this one. It looked quite May. I probably would have done a better job actually at pronouncing your second name, because I think Durakovic would be how you pronounce that. Am I wrong? Hello Knight and White in the Black Cloud. Goals for today are kind of undefined, but hopefully we can sort of push into what used to be Rohan and just push Isengard back a little bit. Because I think the way in which this campaign ends will probably be claiming the ring and marching into Mordor and bringing them down that way. Because I am going to be occupied mostly by Isengard, I think. And we should be good there, so let's dive in and load the campaign up as we left it. But yes, I think it was looking pretty bad for the last couple of parts for actually winning the campaign. But now, perhaps, we have what we need to actually have a decent go at winning the campaign. How quickly we push into Rohan is probably the most interesting question, because based on how the campaign has gone up to now, I think my realm could probably do with a breather from trying to sort of struggle, and maybe it would be worth our while to try and build economically first and then militarily. I think perhaps that would... It kind of depends on what Isengard do, because if they start throwing stuff at us again endlessly, we will need to push forward so that we can take some of their strength away. After all, as we learnt in the last part, Isengard are, in terms of landmass anyway, the most powerful faction on the map, because they've taken over the entirety of Enedwaith, and I think they've taken portions of what used to be Dunland as well, but Khazad-dûm are now pushing down through here as well. So we aren't without allies in our quest against Isengard, but also it's become less a case of east versus west as the Lord of the Rings map might normally provide, and instead it is more a case of north versus south, because I do believe that Gundabad and, well, there is the ring, but Khazad-dûm have it. So obviously I can't take that. We'll have to wait for the ring to disappear and probably reappear in Isengard. But yes, it's the north. Angmar, I think, are on their last legs, or at least they're definitely being pushed back by Ered Luin. And Gundabad, who were going great guns for a little while there, but I think their involvement in the invasion of us is actually what has destroyed them, to be honest with you. They've focused too much of their attention on us, and as a result, in particular Dale, but even the Anduin Vale are in danger of pushing them back here, which is obviously extremely bad news for them. Regardless, I think we actually saved at the end of a turn, didn't we? So let's just have a little look around. Yeah, we've only got 63 gold. Just having a look. So we do still have some Isengard armies within our territory. Captain Radthrak, that's only an army of 2 though, so would it be worth our while to just hunt them down? We don't really have the movement. They're going to retreat, so there's no point in leaving Rockburg for the time being. And I think this is a slightly bigger army. Yes, it is. Only 6 units though, and to be honest, the defence we have in both of these now frontier towns of ours going to be too much, I think. But yes, going to be. I think we have. No, we don't actually have a general back here because we push forward rather quickly. So I think it might actually be worth our time to move one of these gentlemen down here or at least begin the process of doing so. We may start losing money as a result. No, we're still gaining money slowly. But one way in which we can, of course, gain money now is we have our diplomat nearly up and around Ered Luin and the Northern Dunedain, so we can get some trade agreements with them. And I want to build a mining network in Amon Lank, which should also help with such things. But for now, we may as well end the turn. So how is everyone today? Been nearly a week since the last stream, but I do think that this setup works better, where we have 2 pre-records throughout a week and then we have sort of 2 streams in quick succession. I think it probably, I think it is probably the best way to be going about business. It's definitely a schedule I can keep going in the long term as well, I think, which will be good if we can get into that mindset now. It prevents any need for shuffling around later. The Haradrim. Well, yeah, we may as well get that on the go. I think, honestly, the fact that the Haradrim are at war with Mordor is probably one of the most interesting developments, because it means Mordor are in a bit of a sticky situation, to be honest, because Dorwinion are very powerful, and Mordor are going to have to deal with Dorwinion first and foremost. You continue to move down this way. Right, we need to continue to move our diplomat, definitely. There he is. It's a real mess up here, actually. Gundabad still have their heartlands, but it's not going to help them if Dale in particular. Dale are another faction which honestly have really blossomed in this particular mode. I do wonder, actually. Ah, that was it. The live chat wasn't connected properly. So I actually haven't seen the chat for the last couple of minutes. Smash Mordor and ally with Isengard, then you can backstab. Well, to be honest, Raphael, if Mordor falls, that's the end of the campaign. Yeah, Isengard won't accept the alliance. They hate me. They absolutely despise me. End goal of the campaign is just to meet the victory conditions, Armin, which is to hold a certain number of regions and to destroy Dol Guldur and Mordor. And considering Dol Guldur are long dead at this point, that means Mordor are the only ones. But we can't really fight Mordor as such because, of course, Isengard are the true threat as it stands. Ruin the Gossip is down here. And to be honest, I don't really want to make peace with Isengard. Like, they've been a constant thorn in our side. They have been the principal villain of the campaign, to be honest, because even though the Mordor invasion was ultimately caused by Sauron, Isengard have been a part of everything in this campaign that's made it tricky. We've also got a lot of money now, so we can actually begin to construct a lot more in terms of... Did we not have a... mining network? We already had a mining network in here, didn't we? Yes, we did. Crop rotation would be useful, because that would give us some more growth. Yes, let's go ahead and do that immediately. Karos Galadon and Amon Lank are definitely the 2 places we need to spend most of our efforts in upgrading. Limhir might not be the worst idea either. What have we got? Dry Charn is another area which doesn't really have much in the way of upgrades at the moment. So, do we have... A port is good for economic reasons, so let's go with that. We should try and ally with many factions. I have got a fairly decent amount of allies at the moment, actually. Well, I say decent amount of allies. I've got a long list of enemies. But I mean, I did manage to ally with Dale and the Anduin Vale and the Woodland Realm and Khazad-dûm you start off with. The only ally that I don't really have in the immediate vicinity that would be useful would technically be Dorwinion. But Dorwinion are never going to declare war on me anyway. And we're at war with the same person, so it's like being allied, just not officially. Isengard in my Khazad campaign are getting bullied by Rohan. That's couldn't be further from the truth in this one, could it? My word, Rohan collapsed in spectacular fashion. And that is pretty much all we can do for now. I mean, we've still got our eye on this settlement over here. We're using our diplomat essentially as like a little mini watchtower in Dorwinion territory, just in case they do begin to collapse in on themselves. I wonder why I know that Isengard in general have got a good roster among the orcs, I think one of the... Ooh, hello. Lothlorien. They're in and amongst... Is that a Gundabad holding? Actually, no, that is an Lothlorien, isn't it? Anyway, I think it's weird as well, because it's not as if Isengard had it all their own way in this campaign either, because Enedwaith got pretty strong at one point, and then Isengard just obliterated them, apparently, based on how the map now looks. Because Dunland haven't been overly strong, especially now, because, of course, Dunland are getting attacked by Khazad-dûm. Population increasing. Population's increasing pretty much everywhere, sorry. What have we got here? So yeah, they are building up a force. So that is worth just keeping an eye on, just in case. Let's go here. Amon Lank was still building some units in there. I'm not too worried about defending settlements like this, however, with armies of this size. I know that some of these units are a little bit depleted at this stage. What is this? Oh, you've made a very costly error.
We protect the elven lands. By the light, take it for the elves.
Only one death. Don't know what they were hoping to gain by doing that, to be honest with you. Isengard are focusing more on... Well, Enedwaith are gone, White in the Black Cloud. But the problem is, I do think that they are a realm that's too big at this point, ironically. Because they're going to get attacked in a wide variety of locations that aren't really connected easily. Because of the Misty Mountains and because of... I forget what this river is called. But this river only has a couple of crossings, I think. One of which is Tharbad. So, not the easiest place to govern, which will probably be to our benefit. That's the great hope, anyway. Right, we've got a lot of money coming in now, and we should be able to make that continue. Where's that? There he is.
Yes, my lord.
Right, so we will go this way to Lothlorien first, because they are a rich nation indeed. We're at war with the Angmarim, naturally. Hello, Lewis. Should focus on small Isengard armies. Yeah, that's what I will do. We've got, what is this? 30 Uruk-hai archers. I mean, it does reek of desperation a little bit, this. If they combine all of this, it could be a problem, but not if we're on the defence, to be honest. Not with a lot of the units we still have at our disposal. This is a depleted force, a very depleted force, actually. I wonder if we can retrain any of these units. No, because this town has been a real nightmare. It just hasn't converted in culture at all, which this may be why, to be honest. Let's get an artist studio on the go. I swear we'd already built that, but maybe Isengard knocked it down. It's quite possible. Right, we really need to continue to build stuff where we can. Strike while the iron is hot, so to speak. Roads, actually that's a good point. We need to build, we're already building a port there, but we do need to build our road network more effectively than we have currently. Hello, Joseph. Give map for 2,000. Well, one of the ways in which I'm getting the trade deals done is going to be just to give the map information for free. Because I'd rather have the income over a longer period of time than the big amounts of money, like a lump sum. Rockburg. Rocking my mind. The whole reason why you want Rockburg is because of Ents, but you can't get Ents until the settlement upgrades, and the population seems to increase so slowly that it might actually be a faster method to just go and take Orthanc, because I think that's the only other reason where Ents are. And we could have recruited them while we briefly held Orthanc. It's hard to believe that we it's hard to believe that we once held Orthanc as a territory of ours. I don't know about that, Stefan. We've got some trade deals with people that are pretty far away from us. The Steward of Gondor is dead. Ooh. Mount Gundabad overrun. Yeah, Gundabad are dying. They're getting assaulted on all fronts. The Snow Orcs retreat. The One Ring has been located once again. Over here in the Dunland capital. That's still kind of far away, which is unfortunate, but we'll see what we can do. Right.
Yes, my lord.
So it was this way. Let's see what's going on here. This is still Angmar's capital. Ooh, Lothlorien. Do you want to trade with me? There we go. Perfect. The map information is enough to sort of make them forgive the long distance, I suppose. No, I did wait in the Black Cloud. They weren't available to train. It was like 20 turns before I could train them, but I could have if I held on to Orthanc indefinitely. They were in the recruitment thing. Thank you very much, Ered Louis. And now, yeah, look at them. Look, they are bullying Angmar, but
I shall continue tomorrow.
they should have thought about that before they sent their single strongest army as part of the invasion of Karas Galadon, really, shouldn't they? Right. Elbereth Sentinels. I don't think so, so we still don't have the ability to train them. Right. We want another unit of you, definitely. Yeah, let's just go for... I'm actually going to go for a couple of units of spears just so we can get some quick units out on the go, and then we can sort of save some of our income for some endeavours later on, because I want to rather rapidly move on to getting the Galathrim up and running. Right. What have we back up here? Woodland Sentinels. They'll be very useful also. And this means we can start recruiting stuff over here in Amon Lank once again. You, and you. Excellent. Those Mirkwood units are coming in very handy. Hello, First Man. Those Elven King's Gateguard in particular are really, really good on the front line. It's like having a really heavily armoured version of our Gurthinen, which, to be honest with you, they are barely even worth keeping at this point. There's only 5 of them, but I suppose we may as well. What have we got here? 1 unit again, that's not really worth our time. Ooh, Nazkai. I mean, it isn't a poor army, this, by any means, but a lot of it is Uruk-hai archers. So much of it is Uruk-hai archers. So they're not really going to have what it takes to defeat us anyway. I will just save it. And that is pretty much that for this turn. It's all a case of just building up some really nice armies now, and just... I don't want to make the same mistake again, because I was a little gung-ho early on in this campaign. Hello, Senna. It's going pretty well at this point, actually. For now, we're making strides. Rockburg isn't even a place where we can build an armory, is it? Which is probably the reason why it's so eager to rebel. Every time we look to leave it. Yeah, they're leaving. So they're just trying to build up a single army, which is kind of interesting. They're not wanting to go anywhere near Rockburg by the looks of things. What is this? If they're weak enough, I think I will go... 2 armies? What kind of armies are they really, though? Are they armies, or are they just single units that they're throwing my way? The Mountain Orcs scatter, yeah. Gundabad. I think Dale have been the main reason for that, to be honest. Yes, that's what I was going to do anyway. Where are the Northern Dunedain? Not there.
Your orders.
Right, they will be down here.
Without question.
Dunedain army.
What is it you wish to discuss?
Hello, Captain Argaleb. Trade rights, map information.
It's good
Excellent.
to see we could reach an agreement. You have another worthy proposal then. An honor and
Very kind of you indeed. We may actually continue heading down. May as well continue heading down here towards Bree, because I think Bree are the only other faction that we don't have trade rights with yet, and that should mean, yeah, we're gaining money now, and that's with units that are actually outside of being garrisoned as well. And we're going to start building up more economic buildings as well. All is most certainly well here. Oh, we've got a lot of units actually that I didn't even realise we still had over here. Let's send them down to Limhir first, garrison them up, and then we'll move this army down towards Celeborn. Yeah, an army of 3, that's not really... That's a big army, but it's mostly wargs and... I mean, it's probably going to be a challenging fight, that's for sure, but... And Rockburg isn't the best defensive position either, but... It's another big army, but again, like, this is an actual settlement. Like, it looks pretty bad, to be honest, but, like, compared to what this campaign has been up until now, this is looking wonderful. so I can't complain too much. Yes, I do have trade rights with the High Elves, Holy. I got those a while back, actually. Can we build more units in here? We can. And we will. Right. Can we... What can we build here? We can build tons here, actually. Ooh, a market. But first, an armory. To keep the masses in line, as it were. Right. This is probably going to be some battles, so just in case I will save in case of errant crashes. Yeah, I think the only good aligned faction I don't have trade rights with at this point is Bree. Although I suppose Harad count as the good aligned factions now, because they're at war with Mordor, so... It's a long way to go for some trade rights, though. That's a weird one. Do Harad have a script that allow them to try and break away from Mordor in the same way that Khand do? I don't think they do they? Do I like Star Wars? My relationship with Star Wars is a little bit complicated. I'll say yes, I do, but I've got no idea, Justy, but they are. They are doing their thing.
We must defend these lands.
Tirith Anduin is being sieged, but that's fine. Defensive siege like that, we should be able to really punish them with our archers. I guess it was just a straight up decision by them, which is... It was a strange one for them to reach, to be honest with you. We could kill this little army off here and then retreat back into the settlement.
Elven warriors.
Right, let's go over here. As soon as we go outwards, we'll be able to build some watchtowers as well to sort of keep some of the fog of war effects away. It's a strange one then. I wonder why they decided to do that, because it's not as if Mordor were that weak at that point in time. So
Yes, my lord.
it's a little bit of a perplexing decision that they came to.
Yes.
Go this way. That is an Ered Luin village.
Without question. I shall continue.
Regardless, we're making money at a fair old rate now. A good sign. Some more cav. It wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Got some more units in there. Do we need anything among these units that we really want? I mean really want as well, because we don't want to just load up on too much in the way of lower tier stuff at this point. Right, what can we build here? Ooh, a Merchant's Wharf. Builder's Guild House. There's so much in the way of good stuff over here now. Well, we're going to be building a lot here, so let's build a Builder's Guild House first. And could go for a couple of more units of Woodland Sentinels, to be honest with you. Actually, no, we'll go for some Woodland Horse Archers, because Celeborn doesn't have any of those in his army. And that will be quite handy. Okay, let's see what we can make work. Will they retreat outside of the limit? I have school, goodbye. I wanted to say congratulations to the guy who made this mode. Yes, they've definitely done a good job. It's been a labour of many... a lot of time, shall we say. Merchant's Wharf is bugged. Yeah, there is a trade building that's bugged, isn't there? And I think it may very well be the Merchant's Wharf. Okay, well, we'll hold off on that for the moment. We need to build a Guild House first anyway. But the shipwright we can definitely build as well to get that sweet, sweet gold in Caras Galadon. Yeah, they're a little bit too far away. The sort of low-quality roads in this region aren't doing us any favours. It's not a very high-quality army by the looks of things. There's a lot of basic units. The wargs are a little bit concerning. If they go up towards Lim here, they're doomed, because the town is simply too strong for them. And also we can move over some extra reinforcements quite quickly if we need to. I'd imagine they're going to attack Rockburg though, right? Anyway. I'm not going to sally out and meet them because they've got way too many wargs and my infantry is way too depleted for that. If we shore up in a settlement though, we'll be absolutely fine, I think. Because our archers can shoot them down quickly as they approach, and then most of the rest of their army appears to be basic units of Uruk-hai, which not going to be enough to defeat us in melee. A lot of our army in there is made up of generals as well, so we can be a little bit reckless, and they will respawn. Yeah, here we go. I think the little supporting army actually left, which is kind of strange. Right. It will be a tough one, this. But this is the sort of thing that we can't really avoid. Like, compared to what happened earlier, this is not too bad at all. Depending on what angle they're approaching from will also determine how we can handle this. This battle map is the one that we've played on by far the most in this campaign so far. This little village next to the hill. So yeah, they're coming in from that way, which means right, we do have some elven defenders. We have the Guveleg as well, which we will keep back because we can, if we can get them into the side of the Isengard formation, it'll rip them to pieces. We have a very depleted ballista, my word. But we can put that back here, and I guess we'll just put it onto fire at will because they're probably going to die in this battle anyway. Right. Let's get all of our big archers back over here because we will need to move them around a little bit. There we go. The infantry is the thing that we're going to need to blob up here in the middle. But I think we may actually need to use some of our archers in melee right from the get-go, to be honest with you. I don't think there's going to be a way in which we can avoid that, really. Unfortunately, because we just don't have a lot of infantry. We don't have any spears either, which is why I wanted to build some Lorien sentries. Honestly, the deployments in settlements in Medieval 2, legendarily just dreadful. Okay. Well, we may as well actually just start the battle and see how they choose to approach us, to be honest. Right, you go there, and you do the same. So we're just going to have some March Wardens on the front, 3 Lorien sentries, 5 Gerthinen. It's definitely been a punishing campaign for this army. The generals have really put them on their back and done the business for most of the past 2 parts, but I guess that's what you get when you play as the elves. Your generals are just very, very capable, especially when you've got archer generals like this. It can be very, very nice to have that in your locker. I think we will actually keep Celeborn down a little lower, because if we need to charge him into melee, he could be the answer to a lot of our problems. And you two can go there. Hello, Longcon. Nice to see you. Right, and we will actually move the Guveleg back as well. The fact that there are so many wargs is maybe a little bit of a cause for concern, but it also means that a decent portion of their army is bound up in cavalry units that honestly may not be that effective. And actually there's a lot of artillery, which is, again, not ideal, but it does have a silver lining in the fact that, again, 3 of their units are made up of entities that won't really be all that useful when it comes, and we could actually try and snipe them out as well. So if we put them here like so, it does kind of make me want to put more of our archers up onto the high ground. Right. The Guveleg can wait, as they will. Those wargs are heading that way. We've been on the receiving end of some warg nonsense already in this campaign. Not something that I'm eager to repeat. Yeah, they're firing at the Uruk-hai Raiders, that's fine. Right. You two move there. What are you doing? I'm defending Rockburg. For the... not the first time. We'll put it that way. Actually, are we in range of the enemy artillery already? No. They are still a little further away. Okay, well, we'll put it onto fire projectiles first then. I mean, they do have a lot of archers, which may actually be to our benefit. It means they won't try and just bulldoze their way through our position. We definitely need to keep an eye on those wargs over there. Yeah, this is going to be an issue, I think, but it's also one that we can't really avoid as much as I would like to. Yeah, those are the wargs. Yeah, I mean, Uruk-hai raiders could be a concern, but also could not. Oof, boy, that is a nasty hail of arrows, though. Warg Marauders. No, and it's going to be tricky. We're gonna have to try and use our terrain to our advantage here. Oh yeah, they're getting attacked pretty hard. I'm once again asking for your military support. We could simply try and do it that way. Well, I mean, it's not the best, but it's not the worst. Shoot the wargs. Shoot into them. Yeah, you keep shooting in them. I think the problem they're going to have here is honestly the lack of melee units, because they're not going to beat us at range. And the wargs are repositioning themselves now. But again, it's not going to be all that useful to them. Yeah, here come more wargs. Okay, well at this point you should shoot in there. Yep, and they have broken. Spectacularly. Half-orc Baneguard. Yeah, you get in there. That, however, is not what we need. That is actually a good enough reason for us to pull all of our archers off that hill, if they're going to target us all down like that. It is a cause for concern, but they're wavering. Yeah, they're not gonna win that. The wargs are there. Okay, so we got the Baneguard moving in. Yeah, and if all of these boys will replenish after all, so there's no need to be overly concerned.
Defeat seems almost certain.
I don't know about that. Ooh, that's not good. Actually, you know what? If they're going to do that, just charge into melee. We may still run into the same problems, but of us getting targeted by the artillery, but for crying out loud, don't walk. It's not good enough. There we go. Alright. We're going to move around with you. Can you shoot in there? No, you can't. What's going on here? Oh, my ballista crew routed the wargs. That's really rather unfortunate for them, isn't it? Right, we do need to be a little bit cautious here, to be honest with you, because there's so many artillery pieces that we could end up losing Caliborn completely by accident. Bets on Caliborn being killed by a stray catapult shot. It would be very in line with how this campaign has gone. In fact, it's not really worth sending him on his own out there, because he's going to get targeted by archers as well. They're still routing. Marvellous. Right. Right, hold on a moment. Let's just get into the guts of this, because are there still units up here? I don't think there are. I think they retreated once again. Indeed there are not. Okay. Yes, that's what we need. We need melee. Oh, hello. Half-orc Spear Guard. Yeah, that's going to be good against them. Again, it's going to be another messy fight, but so many of our units will replenish as a result of this fight as well. I'm just shooting to the back of them. yeah, just charge in and shred them up. Don't know where on earth they are going, but we're going to need everyone, all hands to the grindstone here.
Our men have slain the enemy general.
That'll really help us as well. That should make their morale a little bit untenable up on the high ground. Right. Yeah, this is less than ideal, but there's really not much we can do about it. Unit of cavalry would really have come in clutch here. Ugh. If we can break these units quickly, it'll be worth our while, but we're not going to be able to, are we? Okay, let's just go back a little bit actually and just shoot at them from behind the cover of the hill. There we go. You go that way, and our other unit of Lothlorien March Wardens can go this way. We'll preserve the lives of our Gorvaleg. There's still wargs over there as well, which is something to be concerned about. Spearguard is still being defeated, which is gratifying. Right, you just shoot at them. Lothlorien March Wardens, yeah, we're going to get them into the catapults and stuff, because we don't really mind if we lose a single unit of them. Evenly matched? I don't think so. Maybe the Gorvaleg do need to muck in melee. Honestly, getting a bunch of AP is how you deal with Isengard. Yeah, I know that, but we haven't really had the chance to recruit up until now, and even if we did, to be fair, Lothlorien don't have the most in the way of armor-piercing options. Certainly not early on, but the Yavanna's Chosen are pretty much our only option at the mid-tier, and even they're not that good, to be honest with you. I haven't been too impressed with how they've performed. Right, can we... oh, we just ran out of ammunition. Sentinels of Keren Amroth should be getting in there. They're shaking. Yeah, we're going to be fine. Again, another one of those awkward fights. Bloodier than most Elven battles are, I'm sure, but nothing to be too worried about. I don't know if you can hear the Isengard Uruk-hai here, who are muttering to themselves incessantly. The catapult crew's coming in here as well. Please, by all means, try your hand against the March Wardens up close. This over here, meanwhile, is, again, another questionable decision by the Orcs. Sending a single unit of spears around to the side. Should be just fine there. Yeah, at this point, it's just going to be a matter of slow and steady wins the race, I think. Surprised they haven't routed off yet, actually.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Again, not the best shots, but I mean, to be fair, actually, at this stage, there's still one artillery crew, but yeah, we can actually move in and deal with them in melee. I do have a slight concern about the Warg Marauders. Actually, we'll leave Orifin off so that he can maybe try and shoot at them later.
The moment the fortune of battle goes our way.
Yeah, there we go.
Let's pray it remains as such.
Spearguard is still fighting on there. What do they intend to do with those wargs then? Just sort of hang out? Strange decision making. No matter. That should be enough to rout them. Elberus Sentinel's going to be too hot for them to handle.
Our foe has taken control of the city.
With what exactly? Oh, I see. They're trying to do that, are they? How wonderful. Well, that's going to take a lot more than 5 minutes. Well, it's going to take far shorter than 5 minutes to deal with that. Easy as you like. Crossbows. Spearguard are fighting something, apparently. Oh wait, the one Gerthinen. Right, we need that catapult to die off quickly, actually. Come on now. Just rout, would you? It's embarrassing at this point. Right. Let's get you into the backs of them over there. Yeah, we'll go back with you to deal with them.
The enemy is no longer in command of the city.
Over there. How's the Bouncer forces evenly matched with the catapult crew? Come on. Actual trash. The Barrioe and Goliath, you need to get over with the... you're repositioning to try and snipe Celeborn out, aren't you? I don't see you doing that. Honestly, the disrespect. You actually back up onto the hill to shoot out those wargs. Right, we really need to deal with these Isengard orcs. Their constant repetition is driving me slightly insane, actually. Right, you keep shooting at them. Ah, you're still here as well. Right. Go after the spear guard, I suppose. What's new in the hellscape of Middle-earth? Maybe we can turn it into less of a hellscape. Hope springs eternal at this point. I think we do actually have the... I mean, it's not looking too bad at this point, honestly. Right. No, that's not what I meant. Yes, that's what I meant. In there with you. They're routing. Having all of these generals' bodyguards has definitely been useful, to say the least. Right. Sod it. Charge in there. What are you doing? Those wargs are still just very content to allow themselves to be shot, which is bizarre, but I can't complain too much. We do need to try and hunt down as many of these boys as we can at this stage, though. In part by shooting them from distance. What are they doing? What are they actually pursuing? Is it anything useful? No, not really, but no matter. I am Kamul of the Eastlings, by the way. Yeah, I know Matt Bond, because you've had the both names before. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's not going to go well for them. Gore of a leg. Marvellous. Hopefully this will be enough to finish off the stack. Can certainly hope so, because that would give us the breathing room we need to get some of our reinforcements down here and never have to worry about losing territory again. Saruman adds glucose to the Uruk-hai breeding procedure nowadays. Well, Saruman doesn't, because he's dead. I don't know who's in charge, but I don't think it's Lurtz. I think it's someone called Uglak, which isn't Uglak the guy he's meat back on the menu guy, isn't he? I think he's in charge of Isengard now as a whole, which is interesting. That guy, he is the most powerful individual in Middle-earth at this point in terms of a single nation. I guess his election manifesto is meat on the menu every day. Look at this. Right. Enough of this nonsense. What is this? Just get into melee with them, would you? And what have we got there? Yeah, they're routing. They're routing. Right. Which means all we need to do is get our Elbereth sentinels into position to keep shooting the wargs as well. They don't need their legs, just a bite would do. I think the removal of legs, though, does count as being spoiled. So Saruman probably wouldn't have appreciated if, like, he was delivered. I mean, he wouldn't have appreciated it anyway because they had the wrong hobbits ultimately. But, like, even so, like, they still would have, like, basically ignored his directive by delivering them without legs. Even Khazad-dûm is hard to get rid of. Even as Khazad-dûm is hard to get rid of Isengard, they just keep pouring out troops. Yeah, I mean, if you get into the late game as Isengard, I assume you've still got, like, the fast recruitment of orcs, but your orcs are, like, strong. So you really don't have too much to be concerned about if you're Isengard, if you can get into the late game. You charge after them as well. Don't know whether this is going to be enough to get rid of the stack as a whole, but it's going to be on its last legs anyway. Yeah, Khazad-dûm are on their way down from the other side, on the other side of the Eisen, so I don't think there's too much to be concerned about, to be honest with you. It's just a case of, I mean, economically it could be really, really useful for us as well, because we could take places like Edoras and Helm's Deep. There we go. Yeah, that'll be enough to finish that stack off. Exactly what was required for the situation. Khazad-dûm. Max gold of Khazad-dûm, about 100k. Well, the dwarves, you would imagine they would be the best at amassing wealth. They have, like, really good mines, don't they? I think that's their sort of economic, like, gimmick, to give them that boosted economy. We might have another battle immediately because they're sieging down the other settlement. Oh no, they're continuing to siege it. Well, fine by me. Khazad-dûm under siege. Yes, Angmar are about to be killed. Anduin prospers. Well done, Beorn. Right, we'll keep you there, I think, for the moment, because again, a lot. Well, there's some Nazkai in there, I suppose, but most of it standard Uruk-hai. Very standard.
My lord,
you're going that way.
highly of you.
Right, so we can get you lot down here now. That will be nice reinforcements for Celeborn, and then we can actually get rid, I think, of. Well, there's a lot of chevrons on those boys, though. Oh, we lost a few generals' bodyguards in that mess. That's a shame. It didn't come up with the little tooltip, or maybe it did, and I just wasn't paying attention. But they served their purpose well. You come down here. I am on Lank. Is there anything we can build at you that's useful? An armourer, perhaps? No, we need. What does this give us? March wardens. No, we need units that are a little bit more up close and personal these days, I think. So I think we will go for a barracks first. Khazad-dûm East is the wealthiest province in the game. Yeah, I'd heard that. Hold on a second. Someone suggested to me, I think when I was under like full siege from Mordor and Isengard and all of those people during the invasion, why don't you just take Khazad-dûm? There's so much money there. Yeah, and a lot of angry dwarves if I decided to suddenly backstab them. Yeah, Knight, they have their little fire bombs. We saw them briefly in one battle, but it was a very depleted unit and they only got a few volleys off, but we have seen the fire bombs in effect. And what have we got here? Yeah, they're continuing to build up. Good. So yeah, we do need reinforcements down with Celeborn, really. They're the same tier of units, let's combine them. And we are still making money. Oh yes, that's a good point, actually. We need to get you down to Bree.
Yes, my lord.
Which is is around here, isn't it? They've got some... Where are their cities? I say cities, villages for Bree, but... Well, we'll just keep going this way anyway. As a Dunedain fortress. I think Bree are still alive, I believe. They were fighting Isengard at one stage, I think. Anyway.
Yes. Tomorrow's journey.
No matter. We shall keep going down that way. Nazkai getting buffed in version 5. You're still moving down here. Some spears, some swords, some of which are upgraded. Right, you. We've got... What can we build? We will build a unit of cavalry here, actually, just a single unit. But I think Celeborn could greatly benefit from that sort of thing. So we will save again. A little bit paranoid about crashing, but with my experience with Med 2, I've good reason to be, I think. If you were to do a multiplayer campaign, I would have helped you as Khazad-dûm and destroy Gundabad. The goblins and the Dunlanders, I would have helped with Isengard. Well, Medieval 2's multiplayer campaigns work a little bit differently, don't they? They take a long time. The hot seat campaigns do take a very long time. And of course, because of the method in which you have to sort of transfer save files, they're not really all that well suited to streaming. But yeah, like in multiplayer campaigns, obviously you have a little bit more wiggle room with what you do. Celeborn need lancers, honestly. Well, it's only a unit of cavalry to hunt things down. Like as Lothlorien, like. Oh yeah, this is the settlement we have, isn't it? That's not great, if I'm being honest. Well, maybe it's not too bad. I mean, we've got a big force over there and a smaller force over here. This could be a little bit dicey. We'll see how it goes. I mean, you will... Right, anyway. We will... Right, considering the situation, we will go back here with you lot. This is our heir, actually. That's why he's got a slightly stronger unit of Elbereth's Sentinels. Most of this army, again, is archers, though, I think. Isengard archers. So we should outclass them, but they're still going to be super... This is interesting, actually. This one unit of sellswords we still have. One unit of mercenaries that have served us well. Yeah, we'll have the two, or the Mirkwood archers over on this side of things. Some March Wardens, sellswords getting ready to go onto the front line. May as well keep the... Looking at this, actually, we may as well keep the cavalry archers inside. Again, another army where our main problem is that we have infantry, just not that much of it. But again, we may actually be helped in that regard, because I don't think the enemy have got... Right, first thing. So we can put one ballista over here like so. The other ballista, we can... It's a little bit more of an awkward shot, but we can make sure that we can get some good shots on them as they approach. Third Age Reforged campaign, better than Divide and Conquer. Well, part of Divide and Conquer's big appeal is the fact that they've had a lot of time to sort of refine all of the scripting that they have as a result of their as a result of all of their game, which obviously Reforged will take quite a long time to catch up with. I wouldn't be too surprised, actually, if Silmarillion got their first campaign versions out before Reforged, to be honest. Which obviously has the first age flavour to it. We've got another gate back there. We'll put our horse archers over here, actually, for the time being. And we'll just sort of wait and see how this develops. Right, these two units over here, Javelin Man. I mean, this is the main issue over here, so we'll put our Javelin Man over here. And sentries. We'll overwhelm them over on this side, I think. Archers there. And archers there. Okay. Get our cavalry out there. Reforged is also, because in Reforged as well, all the factions are designed to be competitive with one another, so I do wonder how they intend to sort of... Because if you had the Elven recruitment style in Reforged, the Elves would actually be the weakest factions on the map, because Like, you can compete with the elves with the orc factions directly. Why are the Nazkai pushing their ram? That's bizarre. Okay. Well, I mean, I will happily shoot them then with everything that we have. You go there. These are probably our two strongest infantry units on display. Yeah, shoot to the Orkman Spearguard. They're all going this way. Interesting. Very interesting. In which case, get over here. Everything else, what have we got? Oh yeah, our Gerthinen, which we will actually keep in reserve, I think, just in case we need them later. And you lot, come over here. Right. Yeah, we're nearly going to be in range of them. This also saves us the trouble, really. It means that we can focus both of our ballistas, which this means this is probably going to be fairly grisly, to be honest with you. That's a big blob of Isengard forces that we can shoot at. No, actually, you keep shooting at them. Keep shooting at the Orkman. Maybe we want to reposition you slightly if the game will allow me. It will. There's a first time for everything. Yeah, shoot at them. And shoot into them. This is interesting. We could, what is that? Orkman Spearguard? I'll kite them down. Happily. We offer bows from Lothlorien. Right.
The enemy are battering down the gates.
So they are going to try and go in through this way, which is good because we've got our infantry. Rapidly approaching. In fact, they're already on the front line. Actually, we might need to get the Gerthinen on the front line immediately, otherwise they might try to go in. I mean, this isn't going to do much damage, to be honest with you, to Orkman Spearguard from the front, but I mean, it's better than doing nothing, and if nothing else, it will get a fair amount of their units actually to just sort of be away from the action, for lack of a better word. Actually, you go there. If we can get our ballistas into the right position here, this fight is going to be an absolute cakewalk.
The enemy's ram has breached the gates.
Dactyne doing with version 5, going to be a nice quality of life change, yeah. Dwarves. Ooh, what are we doing? Orkman Spearguard, archers. Yeah, you keep shooting at them. Nazkai getting right on in there. They're not even bothering to throw their bombs, which is interesting. So we're just going to throw some javelins in there as well. Oh, I think they are just going to go... oh, actually, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Throw your javelins in there. Yeah, okay, so this is what they intend to do, I guess. They're just going to... there go some bombs. The classic orc way of doing things. Right, this could get some friendly fire, which could honestly be not fantastic, but...
something changes in the course of battle, for defeat seems almost certain.
Still some Baneguard over there. Yeah, that is a massive amount of friendly fire, to be honest with you. Not what the situation called for at all, in fact. The opposite of what we needed. Wooden siege towers for offence. This is a settlement that I took, so this is technically a Rohirrim settlement that has been long... I think it's worthwhile doing this, to be honest with you, though, because we're mostly hitting them. And needs must. It's just going to be a case of trying to shoot as much as we can. Yeah, and the further they push in, actually, the more damaging this is going to get for them. Yeah, and they may very well end up routing here. Still the Nazkai in there. Yeah, it's not going to go their way.
Seems almost certain.
The announcer can keep saying defeat seems almost certain all he likes, but our quality is going to be too much in the end, I believe. Cavalry charges aren't going to be the most effective here, but let's just do what we can. Actually, just get out of there. Javelins. Actually, they can actually hit from there. Just keep doing your thing then. Yeah, nice. You're not in an ideal position to shoot, so we'll get you over there. Yeah, if we can actually get our cavalry to draw some of these units off the front line as well, it'll take some of the pressure off. Those Elven King's Gate Guard have already got up to silver chevrons, and they've only been involved in a couple of battles really, but they're taking a lot of damage here. Ooh, they are actually trying to shoot. Good thing we have some cavalry to charge into them. Oh, no, they broke. No, they didn't. Again, cavalry archers, legendarily poor charge, but still, it will be enough to get them to stop shooting momentarily. This particular settlement is a nightmare for Isengard. My dwarven pikes. Yeah, the problem that we have really is the fact that our army is so set up for range, but that was more by necessity than design. Which, to be fair, is actually, you know, it is helping us here. Let's not commit anything to melee that we don't need to. I don't know what they're doing now. Shoot into the heart of that position, would you? Those Uruk-hai raiders are staying away. Oh yeah, we still have a unit of swordsmen actually, so we do still have some extra infantry. Marvellous. Having access to 2 crews of ballistae, definitely helping out. This might be the end of our sellswords though. Oh, don't want to get caught in melee. Really seems eager to sort of push the narrative that like defeat seems certain for us, even though we're like dusting them in melee. And with our artillery, we're getting some friendly fire, sure, but nothing too catastrophic. And so much of their army is wavering. If their general dies, it's over for them. Just having a little look at up close and personal. I mean, yeah, we don't have much in the way of melee units left on the front line, to be fair. But that just means that it's more guilt-free shooting. Still the Nazkai. Alright, well we'll just put you here. We won't actually charge you in just yet, because you're just going to get mulched. Yes, there we go. Very good. They're out of ammo as well actually, so we'll put you there as sort of a makeshift meat shield as well in front of our Elbereth sentinels. Actually, we need to get around you, don't we really? Start charging into some of these archers a bit more. Let the artillery do most of the heavy lifting in that blob fight. Your sellswords are on the verge of annihilation yet. They were brave souls. We actually hired them as well from just outside of Orthanc, so I mean there's a narrative to be had there, I suppose. Victory is a distinct possibility. Yeah, we just need to get rid of a lot of these archers. Like, this is what they should have been doing from the start, to be honest with you, but they just decided to try and bulldoze through, and it went very badly for them. They can't actually hit, so we'll just go after them, I suppose. Again, it's not going to be the best of charges, but we can definitely interrupt them. Which is going to be just as important at this point, I think. Sellswords are so useful versus the OK to rubbish tier infantry. Yeah, I'd agree. They've definitely been good performers for us. Yes, look at that. All we need is their general to take an unlucky blow now, and that will be enough to rout off this pretty much this entire army. Any word on Mount and Blade Lord of the Rings mods? Well, the Bannerlord mod tools have been released now, so I would assume it's all systems go on Kingdoms of Arda, which I'm really looking forward to. Like, honestly, like, that has the potential really to be like the Lord of the Rings like mod, even more so than obviously the Third Age variants that Medieval 2 has spawned, which hold that crown at the moment. The mod for Bannerlord could be just absolutely superb, because you can do whatever you want with it. You can go for the strategy angle, you can go for the story angle, everything you could possibly envision, Bannerlord can act as a platform for. No, they're not fully released, but I think the first round of them were, wasn't it, the end of August, that Tale Worlds released some of them, or did they not do that in the end? I know that was the plan initially, like they were going to release some of them then. Like the map creating tools, I think, were the ones that they released, weren't they? I might be wrong, I'm not sure. But man, Kingdoms of Arda. We could go after those units over there, but I don't think it's actually worth our time. Yeah, here we go, look. Right. Charge in there. Charge in there. And charge in there. Oh, I'm so glad that you acknowledge this. The enemy general is abandoning his troops, so we need to deal with him. Dwarven catapults are OP. Yeah, they can use it's grape shot, isn't it? Which is super good.
The battle is very much in our favor. Victory will we've captured the enemy.
There we go. We have captured him.
That'll teach the cowardly dog to turn tail and run.
Right. You need to stop firing. You two... Actually, no, we won't commit the Alberus Sentinels, I don't think. Don't want to suffer any unnecessary losses. We'll get away from them. We're going to take some losses on our horse archers by the looks of things, as he decided to stand still, but it is of no concern in the end. Elven Bodyguard archers to do a heck more damage. I mean, Divide and Conquer is fairly slow-paced, which is, to be fair, is what a lot of people ask for in modern Total Wars, and something that a lot of people have said they're actually lacking these days. So, I mean, it all depends on point of view, I suppose. Baneguard, do we have any more... Actually, we will. We'll go in with our Alberus Sentinels, because the Baneguard are a little bit more worthwhile to go after. There's a lot of routing going on now, though. And there's a lot of units that we can hoover up. There goes the 2 gold chevron sellswords. Yep, they are done. Yeah, look at all of this. Look now. Go after them. Those Uruk-hai raiders are fighting to the death. Defeat seems certain for them. Perfect. And that's pretty much them gone, so actually let's just go after the Baneguard now. Baneguard are so dangerous to the dwarves. Well, yes, a nice AP tool. Because Berserkers are like a late tier Isengard unit, so you can't deploy them immediately. It's a good opportunity for our horsemen actually to... Yeah, there they go. Good opportunity for them to actually get a bunch of experience. Do we have anything we can hunt down in the distance over there? Sure, go after them. Baneguard are never going to escape here. Again, more losses, but we've got reinforcements on the way, and from now onwards, like, a lot of our reinforcements are going to be of high quality. Or higher quality, anyway. Quite a useful little... The AI doesn't really know what to do about units like this, do they? You can definitely tell that. They are winded, though. Don't know if they're actually going to make it in time, so just go after those. Every unit that we can possibly run down, I want to make sure that we... yeah, we're definitely not going to reach them. Well, we might actually with our cav later. In fact, we're more likely to reach them than anyone else, pretty much. Some of the units that routed were fairly large, so we might be quite fortunate if this army is not totally destroyed. This army's likely to have a few more Mirkwood units in it as well, because I think we're going to start pumping out Galathrim units from Karas Galadon before Amon Lank, so we'll probably continue with Mirkwood production here for a good little while. And you over here. But yeah, this dump remains in our hands. Really need to get rid of the orc culture in this region so that we can start making things a little bit nicer. I have to say, these settlements would probably be, if these are what you have to work with sort of in their entirety, it's not the best defense, because like whenever I see this is the battle map we're playing on, it's always a good thing for us because we can just use our archers so easily, and it's not really the best because you could just shoot in. It was this battle map that Saruman died on, not in this exact settlement, but it was this battle map. That one gold chevron Elven King Gateguard, yeah, he well, no, there are 10 of them. The funniest thing Isengard does is send in their missiles and standard inf like their crossbows. Well, thank goodness they do, because more so their crossbows. Like, their crossbows can be like a genuine danger to some of our units at range. Like, they can snipe out a general and such.
Our foe is utterly vanquished.
That should be, yeah, that should be enough for this army to be completely destroyed. But I mean, Isengard's units, like even their crossbows, especially in melee, like it's not a given that you kill them because they just pack on that armor, and Divide and Conquer is like very armor centric. Another Isengard army, so yeah,
Stay in the trees.
execute them. So all worries will now be abated. Tirith Anduin. We also could do with more generals, honestly, to start governing the lands that we leave behind. Alrighty. What is this? Another decent sized army, but
Yes, my lord.
reinforcements are not too far away. Reinforcements are right here for you. Right, can we combine any units? We can. Going to be necessary here, I think, because we do need to start making some room for some units that are of greater import. March Wardens, we only have one unit of standard March Wardens, interestingly enough. I don't think we can retrain anyone. Actually, no, we can retrain units here. We can retrain our sellswords as well. Well then. Well, you and you definitely need retraining. And I guess we'll retrain you. I mean, we may as well, because we can't really recruit anything in this town. Not immediately, anyway. With that, actually, we're only... Yeah, these two units are all we need for a full stack. Excellent. You two. Another 2 units of woodland sentinels. You go down here. Wait a second. Where did they go? Oh, I see. I moved the general. I'm an idiot. I guess you two are swapping around. Congratulations on your promotion to Amon Lank's Guardian. What does retraining actually do? It means you get like the full unit back, because Medieval 2's replenishment doesn't work in the same way as modern Total Wars, where they just replenish over time. Like, once they're dead until you retrain them. Unless they're a general unit. The generals replenish to a certain extent after every battle. which is why we've been sort of riding them so hard, to be honest. Right, we are still making money. Is there any buildings we can build? A Drychan, we can build a building here, a shipwright as well. But I think roads will be more useful because we need to connect our realm a little bit better. Something else that we've had to neglect to a certain extent. Oh, there's a brief fort.
Yes.
Perfect.
You have a proposition for us?
Trade rights, and we'll give you map information.
Seems like a most reasonable deal to me.
Excellent.
Another? Well, that seemed fruitful.
So that is pretty much everything. We're losing money apparently, but I think that might just be because of what we've bought.
Stop in here.
Sort of being factored in. So that is trade deals with pretty much everyone we can. We might have another tough-ish battle, but I mean we can start funneling all of our units into Celeborn's army fairly soon. We're already building them. Those are free upkeep, so we're going to keep them exactly where they are for the moment. They're almost there. So yeah, perfect. I mean, we will save. This coming battle, though, might be the last one where it's sort of a backs-to-the-wall sort of job where we just sort of outlast Isengard. We might then be able to start moving forward. Like, this territory here is nice. That's got to be some good economy bonuses there. Another nice territory here. We do need to be careful though, because this is a Mordor town now, so we might end up bordering Mordor as well, but they may have other things on their minds. Isengard are done out here though. Surely they must realise this. I think they spread their wings a little bit too much. There are those settlements we've got over in the east which I keep completely forgetting about as well, which we should probably think about. Right, what do we got here? We're going to be outnumbered again by a significant margin, but yeah, the balance of power on this one is easier than the last time. And you're not dealing with just any old fool now. This is Celeborn. Pardon me. Yeah, Celeborn's bodyguard unit is just absolutely superb. Right, so once again we've got artillery, a lot of wargs, but the rest of it is just raiders and a lot of archers again. So again, it's another one of these slightly awkward armies if we're being honest, but right, you can stay down here. It's all just going to be a case of shooting them down as they approach again. And this time I think we can actually get away with having our units on the front line a little bit more. Right, the Gorvaleg need to make themselves scarce. Celeborn I think I will actually keep down here. Put him over on this side. That may prove to be a mistake, it depends. They could try and snipe him out. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, with that in mind, we'll actually send you back over here. We'll see what they do, because really where we move really kind of depends upon them more than anything else. Okay. Celeborn is already firing apparently. That enormous range coming into its own again. Oof, we have the Gorvaleg over here as well, which could be really, really handy. Yeah, you guard that avenue. Right, well, I mean, you've truly made a dreadful error coming this way. You can go up here as well. Get some swiftness on the go.
Good tidings. The enemy
That didn't take long. Again, if that was their general, that was a very bold move to bring him in like that. I think these two, Haldir's two brothers, we will keep in Celeborn's army indefinitely, because it's very useful having respawning March Wardens. Nope, go backwards. There was another unit of wargs, wasn't there, or was that it? I find that hard to believe. Oh yeah, there was another unit of wargs. Oh boy. God, there's a lot of bolts. Yeah, you're hiding behind that barn. We're not allowing that to happen. In fact, we're going to send our Lothlorien archers and our Gorvaleg out here to stop that from happening specifically. They're very eager to go after him, aren't they? I'm all too happy to see that, to be honest with you. Archers. Ooh, hello. You're back, are you? The wargs have returned. I'll just charge into them, actually. It's more worth our time to just try and deal with them this way.
We will smash the enemy.
Engage them in melee. How are they doing that? How are they making that angle? Celeborn, I swear. You're still getting shot, aren't you? You're not close enough to... you're close enough to the barn now. Right. You shoot them. You're going to get into melee with the other one. As soon as this is done, we can get Celeborn onto the front line and we can start doing things a little bit more cohesively. You shoot into them. Be surprised if they don't rout, to be honest with you. I almost thought Celeborn just died. No, we get a little movie if he died, in a similar vein to Haldir. It's only a unit of standard Lothlorien archers, but it should still be more than enough for this garbage. And with that, actually, we can... you lot get out here. Celeborn out here, and we will actually get him into melee as well, because we don't want him getting shot up by crossbowmen. What are we doing? He has just as much benefit to us really as an infantry unit does Celeborn. Go after the crossbows, actually. They're continuing to shoot, which means we're just butchering them in melee. It's a very bizarre tactic for them to use, really. But I shouldn't complain too much.
Only half the enemy
We
force
still have this
remains.
general. It'd be a real shame if we lost some of these generals, actually, because they could be so useful as things continue. Yeah, there they go, look. Again, another highly questionable idea from the enemy to approach the battle in this way. Still these Uruk-hai raiders here, which is kind of interesting. I'm already turning my mind to chasing some of these units down. Arguably the best Khazad-dûm unit are the Reclaimers. You lot, actually, at this point, you can start shooting at the Uruk-hai raiders. As can you. They're going to try and go for the town centre, but that won't work, unfortunately, for them. There's still some... yeah, they're going to get shot from all angles. Perfect. There go some more Uruk-hai archers. The crossbows are still fighting. I imagine that has a lot to do with the terrain as well that you're fighting in as Khazad-dûm, because you're back and forth with the goblins of Moria for quite a long time. And in mountainous terrain, where everyone's in easy to shoot areas, what are they doing? Got a good opportunity to get themselves some very nice... They can go after them. They're shooting point blank, really. Right, enough of this. Just get into their faces. Stop them from doing that.
Our valor will stand. Crush them.
And you three, keep shooting at them. Break them, please. Yeah, they're going to try and take the TC, but I'm perfectly fine with that. There's no way they hold on to it. Sentinels of Keren Amril. Actually, you run. You get out of there. You've got 2 gold chevrons. If I can retrain you, you might actually be worthwhile. See, look at these crossbows. They're still clinging on.
Enemy has command of the city.
Part of it is because they're heavily armoured. Part of it is because my units are just refusing to envelop them properly. A lot of those arrows are going into the dirt. I thought that would be the case. It's a rather hurried process to get them into position after all. But they are almost certainly going to rout anyway. Right, what's going on over here? Thoughts turn to trying to chase some of these boys down. 37, 40, go after them.
The enemy is no longer in command of the city.
That'll be that. Still just having fun getting shot, I guess. Does go to show how resilient some of these Isengard units are, though. They're not dying all that quickly.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
So I would hope. Don't know if this is going to be a completely destroyed army, though. A lot of these units that routed actually were fairly well stacked in terms of numbers still. Where is the last unit then? Oh, Isengard Raiders.
We bring swords from Lothlorien. Close in on them.
What is going on here? Those March Wardens are charging them down, so there's no need to be too worried about that. Where's the rest of this unit then? Well, I don't see any other unit, but that might just be because this guy's the banner carrier. There we go. Yes, indeed it was. It was still the unit that was just in here.
Our foe has taken control of the city. The enemy is no longer in command. The enemy
And there we go. May as well end the battle there. That should still be enough to see the army completely destroy. Exactly what we want to be seeing. Now with the reinforcements on the way down here, we can start pushing back against Isengard. Let's see here. Yeah, there they go. Another failure of an attempt. They're continuously coming in, but like we're just wearing them down, and our armies are only going to get stronger from here. And as soon as we start pushing them back into central Rohan. The High Elves resplendent. I assume this means that they've retaken the area that the Ardenium took away from them.
I'm gonna stick you.
Again, like, they've got a lot of artillery in their armies. Right, so that at this point is a full stack, and we've got units that have been retrained. So yeah, excellent.
Elven warriors.
You
Elves.
into Caliborn's army. This gives his army a much better look. Right, can we retrain units in here yet? No, we cannot. We can't even build anything, so it's just a case of waiting. But what we could do, I think,
Yes, my lord.
we're going to leave one of these generals back here to sort of oversee the settlement once the armory is complete. So we will need an extra unit anyway. An extra unit of javelins probably wouldn't go amiss, especially seeing as the ones we have in there are actually already
Elven warriors.
heavily depleted anyway.
For the light.
You go into a dry charn for the time being. And you
Elves.
come down here.
Swiftly. Conceal our movements.
I'll keep these units in here for the time. Well, no, I want the horse archers down with Caliborn and the Gorvaleg actually. So we have roads here now. When you offer or demand military access, what does that provide you with? I guess just allowing you to walk through the territory without negative diplomatic consequences. That's how it works in the newer ones, and I assume it's how it works here, to be honest. I can't see any reason why that wouldn't be the case, because there's nothing stopping you from just straight up walking in anyway. A tavern, public fountains. Maybe crop rotation would be, well, a catapult maker wouldn't be too bad of an idea, but I don't know if ballistas won't do the same thing anyway. Let's go for a Buildmasters Guild house. And as for you, still building something over here, and it is a barrack, so we will wait just another moment for you. Still building stuff there. Okay, yeah, let's see where Isengard go with this. Oh yes, I forgot. Well, actually, that diplomat is kind of useless at this point, other than to maybe go south and see how Isengard are getting on in the west. It could also be that the High Elves have declared war on Isengard as well, because that's how far Isengard borders stretched. And if they've drawn the anger of the High Elves, then Isengard's days are well and truly numbered, because we're going to be attacking them from the easternmost part of their realm. Khazad-dûm are going to be doing so from the middle, and if the High Elves are doing it from the west as well, it's not looking good for Uglak and his boys. The Ardenium, pretty much Mordor's last friends at this point. Khan Doom under siege again, so Lothlorien having to have multiple attempts.
Yes,
There's Bree,
as you wish.
there's Mengelin.
Without question.
All
I
those
shall
barrows.
continue tomorrow.
If you can get them as Angmar, you are set.
For the light. Swiftly.
Come down here.
Conceal our movements.
So Tirith Anduin probably will still
My lord.
lose faith with us.
For the light.
Right, so we want to go down this way ideally, so we will actually just set up our unit
Onward.
on the road over here for the moment.
My lord.
With that in mind as well, where did that army go?
Approaching.
There it is.
Have a taste of my blade.
Ugh, that's not even worth my time.
Yes, my lord.
Just go back to make sure we're in reinforcement range, however. Won't have any shenanigans before us. Will we have a map reveal at the end? We had a map reveal at the end of the last part, actually. In my campaign, the Dunlander have been isolated to Tharbad, and everyone has been attacking them ever since. I'm surprised they haven't fallen yet, then.
Yes.
Tharbad is all well and good, but you go this way.
Be vigilant.
Rockburg. So yeah, we've got 3 units there, another unit. So we will have another full stack, but we do want to leave a general behind in Rockburg to try and stop the masses from revolting. We might leave some of these depleted units behind as well, because that may be enough to... yes, we definitely need these Lorien scouts in as well. It gives us a more aggressive unit of cavalry that we can utilise. Right, we want to be careful not to spend too much as well, because we do want... Ooh, hello. Hang on a minute. We should. Shouldn't we? Shouldn't we have the boys? No, we don't have the boys yet. But we... don't we? Army barracks. This is what we need, yes. Galathrim swordmasters. We don't have quite enough money for that yet, though. Marksman range gives us access to the Galathrim archers, but I want the melee Galathrim first and foremost, but... the Valian Council Hall. Let's just wait and see how this plays out. But the invasion of Isengard is upon us. Well, formerly Rohan. If Mordor really starts struggling, Gondor could be resurgent as well, which would be... it would make everything just so much easier. The two rogue Maiar at this point are really the only thing stopping the Free Peoples of Middle-earth from being victorious. Though admittedly they are probably the two most significant evil factions on the map. They don't really know what they're doing at this point though, I don't think. There's another army that's just revealed itself there. Don't know why they're coming over here, like they're just going to get rolled by our army, but no matter. Right, there was a unit that just went into hiding over there.
For the light. Onward.
Right, now we have a full stack. A full stack for Celeborn. Make your way over here. Right, considering we know where they are now, let's get a spy over here. There they are.
I'm gonna stick you.
It's not an insignificant army, but it's not one that can hope to defeat us now that we've got reinforcements in for Celeborn. And that is just another load of scraps. Amon Lank. What can we do to build you up a bit more? Well, it's a good point actually. What about... yeah, Elven culture is now easily the best, so I think what we do need is yeah, look at that, Galathrim. Yeah, we need an army barracks without question there. And a Drychan. We're still building roads in you. Okay. Finally, the light at the end of the tunnel. Right, what is this?
I'm gonna stick you.
Ballistas? Now, you know what? What we're going to do here is, I would assume they're not going to want to fight this. Oh no, they are. Is that... the balance of power is probably because of the Ballistae. Well,
Put an end to this evil.
I'm sick and tired of waiting around though. Isengard dribbling their worthless armies into our territory. The balance of power should not be that close when we have the manpower advantage as the elves. But I suppose that's what Siege gives you. Ooh, this is a new map. We haven't played on this. Oh no, we have played on this one once, but it was in an inconsequential battle. Okay. Well, thank goodness for us, we have our own Ballistae. Very depleted, but we can still use them to snipe out the enemies. And we will keep everyone else back for the time being. Look at all these. We've got more Mirkwood archers in this army at this point than we have Lorien ones. Right. Don't need skirmish mode on. Our retrained sellswords, the lads. Right. Just going to keep our infantry. We've got some depleted infantry which we'll leave back here just as a reserve, only to be used if absolutely necessary. Same is true of the Mirkwood roster, to be honest with you. Okay, yeah, so that's where they're at. They're going to try and claim the hill. And indeed, who can blame them? We have our horse archers actually way down here. Well, I mean, actually, this is a good opportunity maybe to go after their artillery crews, which are going to get left behind as they claim that hill. Marvellous. Good opportunity to distract them, if nothing else. And if they want to claim that hill, we can shoot them with our own ballistae. This will be a very gratifying campaign to be victorious in, though, because it's definitely been one of the more eventful Total War campaigns I've ever played. Not the most difficult, though. In spite of all the difficulties, there was still a Shogun 2 campaign which caused me even more pain, if you can believe that. And it was because of the Eco Iki. You can really do some damage here to them. They're going to continue to move that way? That's bizarre. Okay. Yeah, we'll just stand there and shoot them. The fools. They've walked right into my trap. Actually, no, yeah, you just go after them. As for all of you, fire at will. Yep, I thought so. Isengard has the attitude of never quit. Well, I mean, you can't blame them. Like, they've been very strong in this campaign. But that's going to hurt them quite a lot. Alright. You go there like so. You can all shoot them now. They don't even get the benefit of their ballistae. How unfortunate for them. Now we shall retreat. The AI is always a joke in Total War. Yeah, especially in one like this, which is obviously quite an old Total War at this point. Okay, they're on fire at will still. Well, I will all too happily move in like this. We don't want you firing at will anymore. Well, we don't want you shooting all at the same things. Charge into melee with them. Swordsmen are much slower, but that is no trouble at all.
The battle is very much in our favor. Victory will be
As I should think. Ooh, berserkers. Don't want our faction heir to be killed off by Zerkers. What a true tragedy that they are not as fast as us. Into the back of them. And you. Yeah, they didn't really think this through, did they? Med 2 is as old as I am. Still, though, the AI in Troy is horrible. They rely on added bonuses and cheats to win battles. Well, yes, that's quite true. Legendary campaigns, for the most part, tend to follow that philosophy where they buff the AI up to sort of make up for their shortcomings, but not by making the AI better, just by giving them more resources. Which, you know, is not ideal, but...
The enemy are badly bloodied. They have lost half their men.
yeah, their ballistae never really came into the picture. There are still Zerkers to be concerned about. But not to be feared. Yeah, we just need to hunt them down. Yeah, this was a very nice battle for us. Do you play Warzone? I don't know. My brother does, though. He plays it quite a lot. But I don't play Warzone.
The enemy general abandons his men.
I think the reaction to me streaming a battle royale would probably be one of horror, to be honest with you. It would probably lose me a lot of respect. Rightly or wrongly, you know, battle royales occupy a kind of interesting position in the world at the moment. They're very popular, but you're viewed in a different light if you play them. Right. At this point we just need to get into melee with everything that we can, and it's a good opportunity for our horse archers to gain a lot of skill once more. Hello, Lord Elisar. Once again, I like these woodland sentries. They've definitely been useful to us, even if they do much the same job as our... Right, we're actually getting friendly fire at this point, which is not what we need. There's still that ballista as well, which is actually still active, interestingly enough. Let's go over with our swords and deal with them. Uh, 21, 25. It's a numbers game at this point, so let's go after the most important units first. Just the one ballista still functional. Might kill it off with our own artillery before we ever get there. We shall see.
Behold how
Oh, there they go.
the foe runs. It's
Oh.
time to press the attack.
In that case, get after them. They routed before we ever had the chance. Where's their general unit then? Is this their general? Urukai archers? That's a weird place to put your general. Oh, it was. How about that? I guess it wasn't an army headed up by a general as such. It was just a ragtag group. Don't think we're going to kill off the rest of them. But we will do our best. As many as possible is the name of the game here. Isengard was bankrupt and they even sent trolls my way. To be fair, Medieval 2 doesn't cheat as much as modern Total War games, I will say that, but it does still gives the AIs a leg up, really. Oh, excuse me. There we go.
Be awed by the victory we have won here today.
Perfect. Only 20 of them escaped the battlefield. Another army goes the way of the dodo, and we can move forward, I think, from Tirith Anduin and start putting pressure on the settlements to the south.
Stay in the trees.
Execute all of them, of course. Enemy camp sacked. Right, you... Do we want Baratheon or Arfenian in there? So we'll put Baratheon in there, because why not? No, that's not where I wanted you to go. I wanted you to go into the settlement. There we go.
Elves, this is the way.
And now this army can start moving off down here.
Like the wind.
It's a decent army. It's not amazing, but it should still be enough. I mean, Caliborn's army is going to be the one,
For the light.
really, that does most of the heavy lifting for us.
My lord.
You're going to go this way.
Onward. At ease.
We are still, well, we're losing money apparently, but I think that's again because of what we've actually spent money on so far in this turn. Can we build anything worthwhile here? No, we still want the army barracks over here, really. That's what we built in Amon Lank, wasn't it? Which is why we're probably losing money. Tirith Anduin doing its thing. Still mostly Northmen culture over here. Anyway, let's save it. And move onwards. Right, what are we going to... Oh yeah, first of all,
My lord.
that's a Breland general. So we should be getting towards Isengard territory at this point. Yes, indeed. Look at that. An Isengard army way over here. It does go to show their reach. In fact, look at this.
Stick you.
Yes. I shall continue.
But it's going to be hard for them, or at least we shall endeavour to make it hard for them to hold on to all of their holdings. They don't have the economy to support themselves, even with AI assistance. Ered Luin have been another very powerful faction. Very fortunate for us that they chose to side with the free peoples of Middle-earth. In fact, both of the, for lack of a better term, flip-floppers in Khand and Ered Luin both chose the good side, so that helped us out a lot. Listen, you need to give up on this, Isengard. You're done. You're done out here.
We must protect the people.
Another battle for Rockburg? Yeah, again, like, we've got more units in here now. It's a scarier army, but it's still not going to be enough. We've got 2 more units on the way down of good quality too. It's only a matter of time before the Galathrim units start filtering their way into our armies. Primarily a defensive part. I think that this stream is mostly going to be just this. It's going to be like this, I think, where we're just sort of... We're starting to move forward now, but I think the next stream is going to be the one where we genuinely make rather rapid progress through Isengard, because I don't think they have enough left at this stage to worry us too much. Right. Getting cavalry to move around in a settlement like this is going to be even more of a nightmare. All I want you to do is go over here. There we go. Good lads. Right, they're already off that. Javelinas. Right, I think they still have siege equipment, don't they? Well, regardless, let's put you at the back over here. We don't have a ballista anymore. Gorvaleg. Right, anyway. Regardless of this, we've got some spears that we can put on the front line. Don't have any elven defenders anymore because we've got a full stack. So nothing. Oh, for crying out loud, come on. We're just going to have to... You know what? Forget this. We're just going to blob everything up here in the middle and move it afterwards. Because it's just too painful to try and move your units in a specific fashion. Generals. A unit of spears. We can go over here, I suppose. Flanking manoeuvres with our archers. What are you? Oh yeah, you don't need to be out there. Oh yeah, 2nd unit of Gorvaleg. Very nice. Hello Owen, and hello Fingolfin. Right, anyway. With this, we will move out over here with our nice cavalry force, and the wargs, hopefully we can keep away from our settlement entirely. Spears can go there. I want to wait and see what they do actually, because I assume this is another stack of just nothing but crossbows and archers. In which case attempting to shoot them probably won't yield with the results that we want. I think regardless of that, what we will do, we'll still move all of our generals up here for now. They're going around that way anyway, so it's probably for the best that we do. Elven King's Gate Guard. Still probably the strongest infantry unit we can field, but hopefully that won't last for too much longer. How are you doing today? I'm doing fine today. And so is Lorien, actually. Lorien has weathered a storm, and hopefully now we can... So they're going to send... No, actually. Interesting that they're sending over infantry. Well, this means hopefully we can skirmish. This is going to come... I think there's going to be slow motion being employed here. I don't think there's actually any artillery in this army. There isn't. Good. Very good. Finally. We can... we actually want to go off fire at will, because they're just going to shoot impotently into the front of Uruk-hai infantry if we allow them to stick to their own means. Right, you go back over here as well. These are Elder Council. Okay. Alright then. There go the wargs. Let's see if we can... Okay. If they charge right towards the town centre again, it's again another example of the AI's rather unfortunate level of competency when it comes to controlling their men. Right. Go there. Yep, they are. They're just going to charge right on in. Okay, well. Bizarre, but you do you. Actually, no, we'll just... Don't do that. Wait. And you lot here. Go there like that. What is this over here? Uruk-hai infantry, Uruk-hai infantry, Uruk-hai pikemen. Okay.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Worth going after the pikes, definitely. We're going to crush them in melee anyway, so I mean... No infighting going on at the moment. Let's go down to half speed for just a second. This is definitely the unit we need to be focusing on. The iconic pikes themselves. The Warg Marauders are facing spears, so we really shouldn't have to worry too much from that perspective, but we will bring another unit back nonetheless. We do need to be a little bit careful, perhaps. We'll get our Guva leg out here, because they should be able to rip through individual units of Uruk-hai infantry. So too should actually the javelins. It's worth sending these units out here as well, because I don't think through the middle we need to be too worried. And we've got very depleted units there. And actually, you know what? Again, counterintuitively, it's actually not worth our while, really, to go after these units of archers at range. Well, actually, probably it is. They're not really doing a good job at shooting us at the moment. Yep, there goes the enemy general. That'll make life much easier. Again, that's like the 4th time in this part alone that they've decided to do that. The answer clearly is to just wedge your general right into some anti-cavalry units, and all will take care of itself. Right, Guva leg. Yeah, they're going right for us, aren't they? They are after us. Those are Orthanc Guard as well. Surprised the general wasn't in that unit, to be honest with you. Right, let's thread our cavalry in to go after the enemy ranged. Yeah, they're going to try and... Ooh, hello. They are going to try and move in, are they? Well then. In that case, we do have a reason to keeping this unit in reserve. Actually get you into shield wall, because you should be able to, shouldn't you? You should be able to get into shield wall. Don't have any idea why you're not doing so, but anyway. Go after the Orthanc Guard, I think, with that unit. For melee attack. No, I know how to do that, Fingolfin. I'm just not putting them in. I'm putting them into melee in that fashion because if you just alt attack them into melee, they go in like in a really thin formation that's rubbish. World War One generals even give total. Yeah. Yeah, that Uruk-hai infantry is not amazing. It's not amazing that they're doing that to us. This, however, should be yeah, that's bad for them. Excellent. That's not brilliant for us either, though. The fact that we're not really able to get into a position to assist our front line in the way that we would perhaps like. But we can get you archers into position as well. There's just a unit of Isengard infantry that's just sort of waiting out there. Orthanc Guard. You still have ammunition, so you can shoot them from the side. Theoretically, if you take out Isengard, Hornburg and Edoras, Isengard would cease to exist. Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest with you, even if I just take the old Rohan lands, they will cease to exist because they've made a lot of enemies in engaging in war as they have. Right, now actually it's worth going after the crossbows because they're alone and we won't continue to get shot. Yes, marvellous. That's still a concern, but the Elven King's Gate Guard continues to do its thing. Yeah, all too easy at this point. Be able to take them for a ride. Elder Council doing their thing back there. The classic Elder Council, the same unit model. Guards of Orthanc are actually superior, but with Javelin support, they never stood a chance. Right, get out of there.
Only half the enemy force remains.
Caliborn doing his thing. Excellent. There's still that unit over there that we still need to concern ourselves with, I assume, but we can just shoot them with our archers. I think actually our archers are out of ammunition over here as well, so you can just charge in there and take them out. Ooh, and so are you. Rockburg is not the best settlement to defend either, so as soon as we move forward and the front line becomes somewhere else, we need to be a little bit careful here because a lot of that is Uruk-hai pikemen, but once again I think, yeah, the Elven King's Gate Guard have been dominant on the front line over there, to say the least. Formations. Defeat seems certain. You charge in then. Yep. You poke away at them. Break them. I don't think there's anything else that we need to chase down at this point, to be honest with you. We're going to kill them to the last man. They're never going to get away. Yeah, I guess just charge in there then. Come on, break. You know you want to. There we go. Perfect. And this means we can also get Caliborn over here so he can start shooting. We won't need to engage in melee at all with these units on hand. Ooh, there is actually a unit that we can charge down and kill. There's still the small matter of the Orthanc Guard, but they're done for. Whew. And we're a stone's throw away from getting Lothlorien out onto the field as well. It'll be good to see them. Over here like so. Yep, perfect. Isengard infantry will take a real beating at range though, so... Can we break them here? Yes we can. In fact, we already have. What is this? There's a unit running for the hills over here, I think. Is it just one dude? Yes it is. Just the one guy. And... Right. You're in position, so you can shoot. You're in position, so you can shoot. Rockburg has seen a lot of death in this campaign, to put it mildly. Right, you're the two... Yes, you are. Okay. You get over here like that. You don't have a lot of ammo left, you, the Elbereth Sentinels, but we're going to exhaust our entire ammo supply before charging in, because every elf lost is a problem for us. Of course, attacking from the front against Uruk-hai infantry, although some of them aren't even attacking from the front and they're still withstanding this quite nicely. It is also worth thinking about, I think, what the next campaign should be following on from this. Albeit in a more positive light than I initially thought was possible. And I think I will be one of the evil men factions in the next campaign that we end up doing, just to give a little bit of an insight onto my thinking there, because we haven't really seen too much of the evil man. What a lovely sound, constantly repeating Uruk-hai dialogue. They are very resilient though, aren't they? Umbar is an option. I think that would probably be the one that wins out in the vote that I inevitably have, because the Ardaniam are, of course, one of the factions that is on the table, and I think they're probably going to win it. I think of the vote, I'd be surprised if they didn't. Yeah, we're running out of ammo, so we're not going to be able to kill them all at range, but... Where are the Elven Kings? Yeah, they'll be the best ones to send in first, without doubt. Could also send in the Javelins, actually. Do even more damage to them at range. Okay. Just want to make sure we don't lose anyone we don't have to. It is a short range on these boys, isn't it? Will you attack Dol Amroth or Mordor? As the Ardaniam, I would... Well, I mean, the idea, I think, ultimately would be to destroy both Gondor and Mordor. And that is all we can do with regards to damage at range. Okay. Let's just set things up just so. Woodland Horse Archers on both sides. Not the best charging cavalry, actually that's Lorien Scouts, isn't it? That's way more interesting than sitting in Umbar. True, but if I was going to do the Black Númenóreans, like, you get so much flavour stuff from Umbar, like the pillar that Sauron surrendered to Ar-Pharazôn at, sort of spreading your culture, and the Black Port as well, that really... For flavour's sake, I would want to settle in Umbar. So do bear that in mind. That if I were to play Umbar, or play the Ardaniam, I would still settle Umbar. That would be where I build out from. So do bear that in mind. Like, if that is part and parcel of picking the Ardaniam.
Foe is utterly vanquished. Let all who remember this day remember it as the day of our most glorious victory.
100 losses. More reinforcements on the way. Another Isengard stack down. I think Angmar is another option that would probably be quite popular. I think having a look at the various campaigns, Angmar start off in a rather interesting spot. Rune are on the table as well, who are always popular, but I think Rune's starting situation is probably easier than the other two. Even if Dorwinion are on your doorstep and you've only got one province, it's fairly easy, I think, to unite the runic tribes and then go after them. Am I late? Fairly, Manus, yes. We've been going for about 2 hours-ish. Execute all of them. More Isengard filth approach. I assume those are probably smaller armies. Ugh, look at them, look. That's so antagonising. Go away. I don't want to have 3 armies on the go just to deal with all of this nonsense. Khan Doom is lost. Yeah, Angmar are gone. 3. I mean, if this is only 3, 4, 2... What are we training up here? We're not training anything yet. Right, let's see. Yeah, these 2 spearmen then, we're going to need them to come down, because Karas Galadon at this point is completely safe. Builder's Guildhouse. What can we build over here? Army Barracks, yes, that's what we needed. Right, well, considering that they are on the way back, we will... Any depleted units we have, we'll send back so that we have a defence ready. And then we can also retrain them at a later date. And we will have the Elven Defenders as well. Need to make sure we have enough archers to get the job done though. Right. That should be sufficient to deal with those annoyances. Yep, the dog is an ever-present really, especially at this time, because this time is when everyone else starts to make their way home. Actually, wait, before we go in there, let's construct a watchtower. Interesting to see if they try and come after me, actually. That's not a Rohirric town, I just can't quite see it. Anyway, what's this? No, they won't come after me with that army. That's not enough. Even if they do, we'll easily dispatch them, so... It's a useless gesture for them to try anything. Right. Okay. I think that's all we can hope for the moment. Oh no, actually we can still move these boys. We have another spot for you now as well. Another unit of Elven King's Gate Guard. Can't build better roads in Rockburg yet. It's still very much a hovel. Right. Save it. Yes, Manus. We actually have 2. One of both. The one that you'll often hear barking is the male one. He enjoys to bark at random events. Right. Taking this territory with our general down here will be quite an interesting thing, actually. Because it will... Another Isengard army going up this way? I mean, more the fool them, because that army is far too strong for them to try and deal with. And that isn't going to be enough to take Tirith Anduin either. So all is right with the world. A gift. I've been rewarded with 1,000 gold coins. How very generous of you. That's actually a big army. My, my, my. Well. What is that? That's garbage. So you'll pay dearly for... Why would you even come this direction? Just destroy. Execute. Right. Entwade, a garrison that is not sufficient for stopping us. Marvellous.
Fight to the end.
Pollen Goldor's got a lot of stars now as well, hasn't he? Are you 16 to 18? No, I'm 24. I am at the end of university. Right, and this is exactly the kind of battle map that will suit us wonderfully. What are those Woodland Realm archers I've got? These are Woodland Sentinels. They are pretty much the equivalent to our March Wardens, only they don't have a shield, so I would assume they're like more aggressive in nature, but more or less they're the same sort of thing. So we have 3 units of them. Right, for a start, let's get everything sorted archer wise. Right, there we go. Right, you go there like that. You lot get ready to shoot anything that comes outside. I don't think we need to worry too much though, because it's such a battered garrison at this point that we can probably kill them while sustaining 0 losses. And let's go. Right, we are in range of something. Really, Manus? Right, the gate shouldn't be an issue. Get the horse archers forward as well, because we're just going to shoot in and do this the way that we often do on this battle map. Actually, we may as well move our ballista forwards a little bit, considering that. If they want to come forward, we can really shoot them up. Yeah, I think this is probably for the best. We might overextend ourselves by taking Entwade, but I don't think we will. I think that it might cause Isengard to be a bit confused, but we'll see. Went back to some of my first vids. Yes. So all of our projectiles should now hit the mark. Are you rushing Isengard and taking Rohan? No, this is the first like aggressive move we've taken in the stream, to be honest with you, because we've just been sort of biding our time, building up, taking the chance to do the things I haven't really been able to do up until this point in the campaign. And we're on the verge of getting Lothlorien armies pumped out, which as soon as we get them, like, Isengard will cease to be too much of an issue, I think. Especially now that like the Lothlorien guards are our best source of AP. And so units such as this will cease to be as effective as they have been up until now. A lot of wargs. We can start moving. We can start thinking about moving forward with Celeborn too. There's still a delicate balance to be struck, but I mean, as soon as I feel with the invasions, if they didn't happen, I think the campaign would be over if the invasions didn't happen. To be honest, I think that would be the situation we'd be in. Because I would have had the opportunity to build up more comfortably than I am even now able to, really. Right, you go over here like so. You can shoot the spear guard. I think, can we reach you? We can't. Okay, that's a shame. What is your least favourite map in Reforged? It depends on, in terms of just the amount of times that I've seen it and how like sick I am of it. I suppose you would have to say Moria, because it's very one-dimensional in how it works. Like, my favourite maps are often the ones that can work out in different ways. Moria, while it is thematic, ultimately it will always go the same way because of the way because of the way it's set up. My horse archer range means we can't quite hit them. This might be enough to convince them to move, though. We'll see. These are upgraded half-orc spear guard, though, or orc men spear guard as they're called here, so shooting them from the front isn't going to result in many casualties. The other archers, though, we can move around here, and we can probably actually get them to shoot from over here. Ooh, they're coming out now. Are they? Kind of. Actually, we have got you. Go forth. Shoot at the wargs. They're going to charge into us, which is annoying, but actually if we just turn around and meet them. They're going to rout pretty quickly, I'd imagine. Wargs, crossbows. Nothing to be worried about too much. Actually just get into melee with them, break them.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy. The enemy general abandons it.
Right, yep. The enemy general is gone. Although he will be back. Are the wargs good in the... Like, well, the wargs are more of an annoyance, to be honest. I know that they're not the best in terms of cavalry, but they have been the biggest pain in my neck in terms of a single unit type throughout this game. Horse archers. Don't fire at will. Lothlorien warders, which we can use to guard this gate. But yeah, we should be good. Right, hold on a second. You hold position. You go in there. You need to run. The wargs are back from routing. Right, yeah, we're going to be able to shoot them from this angle, which is good. Orcman spear guard. It's the clearest thing we have a shot on, so we will. Where are the crossbows? There they are. You can shoot at them. Actually, you can shoot at them as well.
Our men have slain the enemy.
There we go.
Without him, his troops
Morale isn't the most important thing here, but... for Christ's sake. How on earth are they not... Well, now they break. Good. I was going to say, if they got all the way to my lines there, I wouldn't have been best pleased. Right, you go back round here. The orc men are the ones that we can focus down now. Ooh. You as well, though. It's got to be as efficient as possible, especially as deep into enemy territory as we are. surprised the wargs are still up after another volley of that, to be honest, but there we go. There's one warg still alive. Why am I not surprised that he's still around to be giving us trouble? Get our spears in there. I think we'll move our sellswords in as well, because when it comes down to being in melee, it doesn't get much better than them for us at the moment. Get the Elder Council in there as well. Why not? Why not indeed? If you push too far, you will border Mordor again. Well, I don't think we can avoid that, to be honest, because as we push through Rohan, we're going to border Mordor anyway. Mordor, though, I think, have got bigger problems than us, because Dorwinion are attacking them from the north, and Harad... Put it this way, we haven't got the notification that Harad's capital is under siege, which leads me to believe their little rebellion is actually going quite well. So I think... Hello to you, by the way. But yes, I think we're fine, honestly. I'm cautiously optimistic. You get into them. Sellswords this way. Elder Council this way. Yeah, forwards again. Crossbows are here. You need to keep shooting at the half-orc spear guard. No. You get into position there. Shoot at that thing. Shoot him at point blank, would you? Oh, you're not going to get a chance because you just exhausted. Oh, there you go. Oof. Brutal. Elder Council. Yes, now we can deal with things up close and personal. The closer we get to Isengard's heartland, however, the more likely they're going to be able to crank out armies to face us with, so we do need to bear that in mind. There's more crossbows there. What happened to our
The battle is very much
javelin
in our
men?
favor.
There they are.
Victory will be ours.
There we go.
Our men are in command of the city.
There's no need to be concerned now. Get into them.
We protect the Elven Lands. Rush them.
Excellent. Right. Half-Orcsburg victory is almost a certainty. Are you quite sure? You want to maybe think about that again, game? Prevent yourself looking a little bit foolish? Surprised they're not routing yet, to be honest with you, but I suppose such is the way of things. 2 Isengard crossbows. Gap of Rohan Legion. There we go.
We protect the Elven Lands. Elves equip.
Right. Let's get you in there. It's more important to have the javelins throw in here, to be honest. The archers don't
Our men no
seem to do a
longer
wonderful
command the
job.
city.
Yeah, the sellswords are just going to be too strong. No longer command the city, you say? We can fix that.
Our men have taken control of
Having the
city.
Elder Council is honestly quite nice as well, because it's one of the few armor-piercing options you get as Lorien. They perform the same role as the Gore of a Leg, but maybe not quite as efficiently, but they are more useful in a melee sense, I suppose, because of their role as spears. And there we go. The difference that made was very significant. And they're broken and fighting to the death. That should be that, you would think. End the battle. There we go. Well then. It'll be interesting to see what Isengard do now that we're starting to chip away at their territory. It will also give us more spending power, which we will need because I would imagine the Lothlorien have got substantial costs attached to them. Hello, Sukrit. Good to see you. Occupy the settlement. And so yeah, I think we now border Mordor officially because we hold a port down here, and this is Mordor territory now. So that is worth bearing in mind. Right, meanwhile, there's the question of this army here. Captain Zograd and his boys. But our army should be up to the task. More to the point, we can get into reinforcement range with our javelins here. And I would assume he's going to attack there. If he doesn't, then that will be fairly awkward, but we'll deal with that later. You're going that way. We'll have to chase him with Caliborn, which will be annoying, but... Right. 2 turns for the army barracks. Okay. Do you remember in the old Third Age Total War Fellowship campaign? Yeah, I remember the Fellowship campaign. Best commentator for Reforged? Thank you for that. It's kind of you to say. Right, do we have any more eco buildings that we can build? So one more turn for roads. For Lim here, we can build nothing by the looks of things. For economy, well, public fountains. Crop rotation. That would help with growth in the region, but this isn't really like important for this. Like Tirith Anduin, can we build anything useful here? That's the bugged building. That's not though. Oh, a market. That's nice and cheap, and it will increase our eco. Okay. Let's see what's what at the end of this turn. If we can kill another army at Rockburg, we can start moving forward with Caliborn and really start pushing Isengard back. Should you not just exterminate the populations, take a settlement when you get it? No, because, well, you can do that, and it does slightly help with culture stuff, but it makes the settlement way less profitable in the short term. Way less profitable. And as the elves, of course, we've got expensive tastes. What are you doing? Okay, well, I guess we're going to have to fight them out in the field because I highly doubt they are going to play ball with us. Right, what's this? Yeah, don't fancy your chances now, do you? Oh boy! Look at that. Okay. Right. Well. Yeah. We're going to need to return to our own lands with our tails between our legs, I think. Yeah, we're going to go back this way. We need more substantial things. We could, though, if we're being really, really petty about this, which I think we will. This building cannot be destroyed. That building can be destroyed, though. Yeah, I was going to say, destroy all the buildings. Why not? it'll be on them to rebuild all of this stuff, and my word. We can't destroy that. Pole Turners Guild. Goodbye. Slave Hall. Goodbye. A port? Oh my. Look at all of this money that we're getting. Some of this stuff will be useful. We'll keep the Master Mason's Hall because we'll need to build all this nonsense back up again. Mining network. A grog hall. No, no grog for you. Chicken farming. Goodbye. The PC fan, nothing can be done about it. Like, I can't... short of smashing it to pieces right now, which obviously would have an unwanted effect, there's nothing I can do about it. Short of buying a completely new PC, which obviously I don't have the money for. Hunting Lodge, what are we doing here? Stables? Yeah, we won't need that. The rest of it will actually be somewhat useful when we roll back into town, but look at that cash we just got ourselves. Crazy levels of money we're talking about right now.
Onward! Conceal our movements.
Right. This is still one turn left for you. Right. We're going to need to engage this army on the open field. 3 ballistae is worrying, but not to a ridiculous extent. Let's just save it here. Okay, let's see what we can do here. Oh, quiet. Do you watch Dead Meat? I don't know who that is. Right, so if we can deal with this army here, I mean, this is the scariest of the bunch, but I mean, it is going to be a real slog, I think, even still. Right then, let's get all of our archers into a nice clump. We actually don't have that much in the way of foot archers anymore, at least not as much as we used to. Right, cavalry. If they move position again, this will be really, really useful because we can go after their ballistae in the way that we did before. That's our front line. You are a group. You'll go this way. You two are going to be more defensive. You two are our elites, so you will go there. And I think then, yeah, we just got the really depleted stuff, which is next to useless, but still. Maybe useless, but it's ours. Let's see. Right then. Are they going to just attack us straight away, I wonder? That would be a not unwelcome change of pace. Actually, let's just get you into loose and spread us out a little bit so that we don't get killed by a ballista. Can we not do that now? Of course. Pebbles in the way. Serious business for Medieval 2. Oh boy. Get out of there. As the rain falls. You go over there. And... right. Oh yes, we got you. Can you enter the field? No, you can't, because we still have too many units. Where are those ballistae? There they are. Can you hit them yet? No, you can't. Cavalry. Get up and around the flank. A lot of these units are really heavily armoured though, which is a significant issue. I have $1,150 to buy a watch. Which should I get? I mean, it's probably, if you've got like a decent chunk of change to spend on a watch, then surely the way to go would be Rolex or Omega. They are the big boys in that industry after all, for good reason. My brother's got an antique Rolex watch actually that still works. It's probably worth a ton of money. He found it at our grandparents' house and was told he could have it because he's a big fan of watches. But I imagine that is worth a lot of cash. Right, anyway. So we wait. Ugh, this is what I was slightly concerned about. Actually, if they want to shoot our front line like this, I'm actually less concerned about it than I was, to be honest with you. These are, in the grand scheme of things, far more unimportant units. I want that. Can he sell me? He would not sell that. He would not part with that for anything. We're not going to be able to kill all of these boys off by doing this, but we're going to waste a bit of the enemy ammunition by doing so. Watches are an area where you can spend a ludicrous amount of money if you wanted. Okay. We're just about out of ammunition on them, so let's move them away. Still taking damage, but yeah, they're starting to move forward now actually, which is interesting. Right. Get our Guva leg ready. Put them on that flank. They've got so many chevrons, but like getting rid of them would mean we could bring our other unit into battle. Right. Ah, we've got some wargs that are in range. Right, March Wardens. It is a delicate situation, this, because we need to make sure that we're in a position to actually hold. Right, yeah, at this point we need to just get in there. Right, and you go over here like so. Now that they're abandoning their rear lines as well, we can charge in with our cavalry to clean up their artillery, I would think. Yep. Go around the back with you. And right, these units over here, the mighty Gate Guard, who have been instrumental to our success thus far. Right. Let's... may as well just charge you two in as well. Be interesting to see if they survive this battle actually, as it stands. Ooh, they're going to charge into them, that's unfortunate. What are you doing? No, why are you on skirmish mode? Skirmish mode is the worst. Get off skirmish mode, stand and fight.
The enemy general abandons his...
Good. That's gratifying. Alright. Before we move forwards any more, what are these units doing over here? Why are you going so slowly? This is not what was called for. You over here, meanwhile, have charged in, haven't you? Interrupting them. And where are the other artillery pieces? There's one. Right, Uruk-hai archers are... They're probably going to lose the front line fight now that the mighty gate guard are in attendance. So I don't need to worry too much about that. What watch do I have? I have an Armani exchange one, which I got given for a birthday, which is good. You know, it's not on the same level as the antique one that my brother has, but it gets the job done, and it looks nice as well. Ugh. There we go, just what we need. We are going to start getting into position to shoot right down the line. And you charge into that ballistae over there. Yeah, it's going to be good. That is less amazing, but we can deal with it, I think. Who is that? It's just a unit of standard March Wardens, it's not so bad. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's going to rip through that section of the line, so all is right with the world from that perspective. Yes, perfect. You two need to actually sprint rather than just sort of the bare minimum that you're doing at the moment. And what else can we shoot with you two back here? Those warders have gone a long way actually, but no matter. Right, shoot. Actually, you shoot in there. You go over there. Good. Very good.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
There it is. Actually, you need to come over here and deal with these crossbows, to be honest. Yeah, this is actually going quite nicely at this point. Ooh, we might end up losing that unit of Gorva Leg, however, which is less ideal, but let's shoot in there, would you? Yeah, their front line is starting to collapse, so
Badly bloodied. They have lost half their men.
really it's only a matter of time before all of this goes in our favour. Go over there. How does victory still seem certain for them, of all people? Right, it is chaotic to say the least at this point. There we go. I guess we didn't have that much on the front line when you consider it, really. There go the Bane Guard. Oh, they're back on that. Right. What dog do you have? It's there's two. There's a West Highland Terrier and a Cairn Terrier. Right. You go back over here and just sort of block them from doing that again. That crew is already gone. Those guys are routing. Those guys are routing. Those guys are routing. Wow. They're actually falling apart now. Everyone's routing. Perfect. Or near to routing at the very least. You get after them. That's a big breaking of men. Right, this should finally get rid of these annoying louts. The new Nvidia card, the RTX, it definitely looks the part. I do need to, I'm thinking of sort of getting a new sort of PC setup next year, so it could be that has come at just the right time for me. Charge into them. Where are they? Oh, that's you. And what else do they actually have left at this point? Shoot them. No, don't shoot at them. How do they still have units capable of getting on that ballista? Poor Caliborn's unit. Although they'd probably be better off going after my Elven King's Gate Guard if they wanted to truly weaken me. And those depleted units are still here, amazingly enough. Remember the Silmarillion Total War I sent you? I think Silmarillion was buggy and that was why you didn't see the map, because J-Monster tested it and it worked. Yeah, probably. Bugs are going to happen to things that are in development. Go after them. Right, this ballista crew is the bane of my existence at the moment. And now they're gone. Good. What else is there over here? There's really nothing left. So I'm a little bit confused as to why we can't actually end the battle at this point, but oh well. Please share your dog photos. That's not entirely up to me, to be honest.
The enemy army
Ah, there we go. Good.
pursue and run them down.
Let's get after some of these depleted forces and finish them off. Just what we needed. I wish Eriador came back. Well, I mean, they're technically still in Reforged and Divide and Conquer. They just have different names for what would ultimately be the same thing, and that's Bree and Cardalin, because they fill the same role pretty much exactly to a fault.
The enemy are
There we
utterly
go.
vanquished. This is a great victory worth.
Well then, it may be that this entire stream is sort of dedicated to rebuilding Lothlorien, and the next stream can be when we genuinely try to push forward and do the damage. Does lockdown still exist in this country? Yeah, in places. There's a few local lockdowns. I'm not in an area that has that though. Enemy camp sacked. Right, can we combine any units? We can. Spears. This means we can get back into the settlement, and this unit can also add itself, so that's a third unit of javelins. I mean, none of those armies are absolutely maximum, but that's like a stack and a bit, basically. And there's Uglag, who is actually a general. We've been fighting sort of general-less Isengard armies for quite a while. That's such a poor army, we could even probably try and take it down in an auto-resolve as it is, but I don't want to lose anything unnecessarily. Right, now is the moment really that we've been waiting for if we are... Oh, bloody hell, there's all sorts of units over here. What are we doing with ourselves? Didn't even realise these were still here. You go this way. Right, you. What can we build here? Nothing that helps us in terms of making money. What can we build here? We can upgrade that, which we will do because we may as well. Is it possible to make a campaign map for Reforged? Yeah, they're sort of slowly building a campaign on Reforged, but I think they only really want to do it when every faction's in the game, understandably. So obviously taking precedence is Ered Luin and Dol Guldur, but I don't really know. Sort of news on those have has sort of dried up a little bit. I'm sort of not sure what's going on there. Right, town upgrade, and now's our opportunity to start really building up our areas pretty substantially. Shipwright. Is there anything around here that's communal farming? Well, that's for economy, so we want that really. You. Can we build? Yeah, crop rotation. We'll go for you. Erui. We should still have some. Oh, a port. Perfect. All of that money we just pilfered from Isengard, we have now spent effectively. What's the most powerful elven unit in Reforged? Probably the... Well, I mean, it depends what you mean, because in terms of getting kills, it would be one of the rangers. In terms of battlefield presence, probably one of the knights, like the Gwythi Rockdor or the Horse Lords of Ulmo. Do you know J Monster and Kuro? Sure. I've spoken to them numerous times. Right. Anyway. I think it will actually be worth our while to park our spy down here at this point, to be honest. Use them as a bit of a mobile watchtower to keep an eye on this little confluence. Melee units. Do you mean infantry? Because then it's probably either the Palace Guard from Mirkwood or the Noldorin Blade Masters from Linden. Do they tell you stuff on development? J-Monster most certainly does, because Silmarillion is being more actively developed than Reforged, I think. Reforged is... They're actually starting up a new round of testing on Reforged, I do know that, so it's a sign that people are sort of gathering their will back to put some hard work in for developing that. There's another large army. Now they're coming forward with some serious business. Might actually be worth trying to slice through some of those armies down there. Palace Guard and Gwyth. Yeah, like I said, Palace Guard and Noldorin Blade Masters would be my two picks for that. There's rioting in Entwade, but I mean, doesn't affect me. More units in there. And we gaining money. Right, we should be able to, unless I'm very much mistaken. No, we can't. So why can't we build Galathrim units then? Is it because of the culture? Is it still not sufficient? Will we have to do so in Karas Galadon? Is that what the situation is? Probably. Right. A couple more units of Gerthenen probably wouldn't be a terrible idea, to be honest. They would be pretty good as well. So, yeah, let's get a unit of cavalry and get a couple more units of Gerthenen. That cleans us out money-wise, but what is this? 3 ballistae? Again, that's not... In terms of infantry, that's actually a fairly pitiful force. Right. Right, we're going to attack this army as well.
Evil must not be allowed to triumph this day.
Quality versus quantity. Quality versus quality. Thought it said quantity versus quality then. When sort of facing individual units against one another, though, I could probably tell you what the outcome would be like as they are now. partially because like some units just do poorly against the other class. Like I think the Noldorin Blade Masters would come out on top in like most Elven duels because the others have got lower base damage because they've got an armor piercing focus, which means they would almost certainly not do quite as well in 1v1s, which is something which has sort of emerged from Reforged as more things have been added. It's not quite so simple anymore to quantify things. Right. Palace Guard versus Mithril Guard. In that case, the Mithril Guard would almost certainly win because they have a 3rd hit point. This is going to be a little bit painful, but it's not the end of the world because we just need to sort of get rid of some of these Isengard forces roaming around in our borders. What is my schedule? The schedule that I'm currently working with is a video on Saturday, a video on Monday, and then streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays. But the skill of Palace Guard? No, I don't think so. The 3rd hit point is extremely significant. Giving a unit an extra hit point makes a massive difference. The Pharazim Swordmasters show that. Like, they are straight up the strongest infantry in the game now in Reforged because of that. And the other stats weren't changed. Whereas before they were just very strong. Now they are the best. The very best. Yeah, we're going to take damage here. Oof. Let's go this way with you, actually. You just charge right up the pipe. Can we hit them? What are they? Crossbows. Yeah, you just shoot into them. We taking damage, but doesn't matter too much. This is where our light armor is going to come back to haunt us. You can see the gate guards are significantly slower than our light troops, actually. Defensive skill, actually, in Reforged, I've always found to be most significant on units that are like more regular. Like, the reason why the elves often do so well in like line battles is because their basic units still have that skill that you need. Lothlorien warriors. Yeah, they're shooting their bolts way up into the air, actually, which is suiting us quite nicely. How much longer do I think I'm going to be streaming for? Probably another... What I want to do is I want to get this into a situation now where next stream, hopefully, we can just go in and start ripping Isengard apart. That is my hope. I am a big fan of these Elven King's Gate Guard, honestly. They've been a real godsend. I'm glad we actually picked the Mirkwood route because we could afford to build them, whereas I don't think we would have been able to afford the Berio E Engelife. But I think probably end up streaming for about 40 minutes longer, and that'll probably be leaving us in a good position to then continue. And by the way, the next stream will be tomorrow at around the same time. I do think that that is the best way to be doing things. Lothlorien archers. Sure, you're going up onto this position over here. Right.
The enemy are badly bloody. They have lost half their men.
Right.
Behold,
There we go.
foe runs.
Perfect.
It's time to press the attack.
Just what we needed. You actually can go after that unit. Do I like tea? Of course I like tea. I'm from the UK. Can Pharazim Swordmasters or Palace Guard defeat Nazguls on their own? I think so. The Pharazim Swordmasters could, I'm pretty sure. The Nazguls do, like the Nazguls do quite poorly when they're on their own against like a numerically superior army, or even just unit to unit like that. Like the Nazguls are at their very best when you surround them with even just the worst orcs, because it's just so hard to engage them and surround them then, and they can quietly go about amassing themselves a very significant kill count.
Set up an ambush.
Right, let's execute them. Marvellous.
We must defend these lands.
We can't actually get back into Tirith Anduin this turn, but it's not the end of the world.
Follow me.
Right, as for this over here,
Have a taste of my blade.
it's sorely tempting to go after that unit, but I have a feeling he would just retreat and then be in reinforcement range of Mugluck over here. So we won't. We'll go back into Tirith Anduin for the moment with some reinforcements. Right, we're still building things. Right, yes. Snaga equals Nazgul versus Farazim Sword. Snaga plus Nazguls, then the Nazguls would win, I think. Oh yeah, there's still those units over there that we need to get down here. Two hours? Well, it's not the end of the world. Be streaming for longer than 2 hours anyway. And I think that sort of in between 3 and 4 is the comfortable point. They're just attacking straight up. Okay. Well, I mean, if they want to attack one by one, that will be much better for us.
Fight to the end.
Isengard continue to do their thing. All we need to do is get a nice force of Galathrun onto the field and we have nothing to fear. I mean, we're close to having 3 generals anyway, but Rockburg once again rears its ugly head. Let's have a look back here. So it's a fairly intimidating looking force, but again, like stuff like this here, like the Bane Guard just don't really scare me all that much anymore. There are Zerkers, or are they Nazkai? No, those are Nazkai, aren't they? Okay, that's worth bearing in mind. There's pikes. I mean, it's an awkward force, but it's not the end of the world. I mean, especially with our mobility now, we can get in behind them and just go after their siege, which is the only thing which truly concerns me. Gorvaleg. Right, all of our generals, though, we need to get ready to move back onto the hill because almost certainly they'll try and ballista them down again. And you. Elder Council, Lothlorien March Wardens, Archers, and that is pretty much everything we can do. What are they? Yep. Okay. You're still here, taking up an army slot with how weak you are. I got to go. Goodbye, Manus. Let's see how this goes. Right. So, cavalry off of that, and actually off of fire at will as well. You go off into the distance for now and wait for your opportunity. You over here like so for the moment. You go there. Don't really want my Elven King Gate Guard right on the front. Yeah, we want the spears on the front. Actually, we want the spears on the front there, really, because that's more likely where the cavalry is going to come from. You can go there, and then the Gate Guard can just go where they're needed. And the Gorvaleg can... We'll see what they do. Goodbye, Manus. The Odyssey of Lothlorien continues, as we don't really want to be going after Orkmen's Spear Guard. Yeah, we'll get the gate guard in behind here because we don't want them getting shot. Elder Council will be real useful as well, perhaps more so for their spears. So they're just going to leave that unit in behind, are they? Yeah, that is a concern. Okay, let's go right round the back to start with. Yeah, that's not great, but as long as our generals aren't getting killed by the ballista. Well, there's a Dunland horseman. Well, they'll die just the same. They're going after that unit of cavalry? That would be a bizarre choice.
The battle is very much in our favour. Victory will be ours.
Yep, the battle is very much in our favour. Right. You shoot them. You shoot that. Marvellous. Very confused as to why those crossbows aren't going in. Hello, Owen. Favourite movie on Netflix? I don't know. Is Blade Runner on Netflix? Do like a bit of Blade Runner. Right, once again, we are going to have to charge into melee. Right, enough of this nonsense. Right, we are ripping through those ballista crews. Ooh, more the fool them for allowing me to come around and do this. Right, what have we got here? And they're abandoning their crossbows. Lord of the Rings or Star Wars? Lord of the Rings, Matt. Although, admittedly, that might be, like, I've watched Star Wars more, I will say that, but, like, the legacy of Lord of the Rings hasn't been tainted beyond all repair at this point. That may very well come in the not too distant future, but for now we can enjoy the fact that Lord of the Rings remains intact. Right, shoot in there. Yeah, they don't stand a chance. Still fighting hard on that front line. Dunland pikemen. That is absolutely vicious. You absolutely love to see it.
Good tidings.
Yeah, they'll start to break now. Surprised he lasted that long, actually, in and amongst all of those spears. Right. Those walls are breaking. They can continue to fire. You can go up here. Get in there. Marvellous. What are you doing? Elder Council. You charge in there, actually. Those pikes did do a number. What'll be the next part coming of Lord of the Rings? There's an Amazon series they're making, Circuit, which has the potential to be pretty decent, or it could be absolutely dreadful. Time will tell. There we go. Shred through those pikes.
The enemy are seriously bloodied. They have lost half their men.
Don't know what those berserkers are doing, but they're still just hanging out. Oh, we've still got you. You two can charge onto the front line. Crying out loud. What are we doing here? Come on, charge in there. Right. They're doing their thing. Happy days. We need to break out this, or break off this position over here now. Yep, they're fine. Okay. This should be the beginnings of the end for this area over here. We took a little bit more damage than I liked on my generals, but they will replenish that anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. And reinforcements will be plentiful from this point onwards.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Surprised those berserkers. Well, actually, that's not berserkers anymore on the front line, is it? Anyway, cavalry comes charging in. Lothlorien scouts deciding to charge into the Dunlanding pikemen. That's an interesting choice. Not what I had in mind ideally, but come on, you know you want to break. Go through them. That's got to be enough to break them, and it is. That's enough to break them. Yeah, now we can start splitting up these cavalry units to go after different targets. While those Dunlanders are on the field, actually, we can sort of pick them off at our leisure. You stop firing as well. Friendly fire is the last thing we need in this situation. Having a bit of mobility has definitely saved us a lot more elves than we would have otherwise lost. Go after them. Actually, you go way after them. Careful of those Dunlanders. Don't want to lose unnecessary elves. I believe those Dunlanders are still steady, actually. Right. I'll start shooting them, actually. Best way we have to deal with them, to be honest. Alright. Yeah, they're never going to make it into melee, and even if they do, they'll be horribly damaged by the time they do. It doesn't look like they have much interest in getting into melee anyway. That's weird. The legendary kite. Kill them. It's another decent stack of Isengard troops that will ultimately be completely destroyed. I wonder what this has got to be a bug, this like incessant shouting from the ranks of the enemy. Well, it won't last too much longer anyway. Only as long as these individuals stay standing. Dunland might be an interesting campaign as well, but That's the sort of thing that I'd probably wait until version 5 to do, because apparently they're overhauling the wild men for version 5. So it might make Dunland a better experience if I held off on them.
Our foe is utterly vanquished. Let all who remember...
Marvellous. Ungoliant. That's who we need on the battlefield. We need Ungoliant in Silmarillion. Just a big old spider that takes up 3/4 of the map. Of course, it would make playing the game if you had arachnophobia a little bit difficult. But it's worth it for the spectacle.
Stay in the trees.
Execute them.
We protect the elven land.
Yeah, we've got more units on the way. Another Isengard army. Another depleted Isengard force. Isengard might be at war with Bree as well then. The axes bite. The men of Dunland have known uncounted hardship, forced from their homes by the Rohirrim. Their very existence as a people now stands upon the edge of a knife. Okay, so yeah, the Dunlanders have got their Doomstack spawning.
Elves.
You go in there. That'll give us a little bit of free upkeep actually, which is nice. But we're still making cash at a fair old rate. We're still waiting for the completion of our army barracks. And what is this? This is trash.
By the light of Elbereth.
Right, can we combine any units? It doesn't look like we can. Actually, yes we can.
Elven warriors.
Combine you, and then combine you, and you, we will disband. So we have 7 units. We have only 6 spots. So we need to get rid of, well no, we don't really need to get rid of 1, do we?
Scout the area.
1, 2,
Yes, my lord.
you can go
By
in,
the light of Elbereth.
you can definitely go in.
My lord. Yes, my lord. Elves.
March Wardens, so this 1 unit of archers
Over here. Elven
is
warriors.
actually less useful, but we'll send him up this way.
Pull 'em up.
They'll be able to hold the line easily. Celeborn will continue to just rip through his opponents. Can we retrain units here yet? Like, what more must I do? Look at the mighty elven culture. Dunland is easily one of the most annoying factions to take on when sieging. They have so many holding units. One of our dogs is a puppy, yes. Circuit. Public order is just cultural unrest. Look, you need to get over yourselves. The only problem is, if I could build an armory in this settlement, it wouldn't be a problem. But it's taking so long for this settlement to grow that we can't upgrade it so that we can build an armory. It's crazy. Look at all of these things we're building. Probably going to be worth our while to actually build more units, because Isengard are vomiting out units at such a rate that we actually will need, I think, to go for some recruitment. Yeah, Carin Amroth. Sentinels. And go for a couple of units of spears as well. So that exhausts our money for now.
Follow me.
Have a taste of my blade.
Have a taste of my blade.
Stick you.
Yeah, we will
Sire.
kill them.
Scatter them.
Ooh, will we though? No, let's stay in Rockburg and make them come to us. How is that? Well, they've got some upgraded units in there, to be fair. Like, that's not the worst army, actually. That's a lot of Orcmen. And they do have some Beast Slayers. Yes, not a terrible army. It's actually made up of some pretty decent stuff. You can always add population. How close are you to Galathrim stuff? Basically, as soon as this finishes. So 1 turn, basically. 1 singular turn. Right. Well, you're not getting free upkeep, so we will move next turn. Okay. would be nice to see if Isengard was struggling. Well, actually, we can move our diplomats over on the other side of the map, can't we? And that would alleviate many of our concerns. I assume Isengard are going to attack us again then, if the balance of power is that favourable for them. I wonder how Mordor are getting on as well. I mean, Harad are not struggling against them, apparently. Dorwinion still perfectly fine. Oof. Hey look, that's one of their best generals there. Plenty of stars on him. They're really eager to attack Rockburg, aren't they? What did I miss? You missed. Basically this stream has just been us building. Building our force. A dance guild. Sure. Ooh, he's trying to completely circumvent the situation, is he? We'll go that way. We'll go into a Dry Charn. That's free upkeep on him. Karas Galadon. Now then. If I have judged this correctly... Yes, indeed. We have the ability to recruit Galathrim units now. Galathrim guards and swordsmen, we don't have the ability to do so with the archers yet. But the archers, honestly, I'm not too bothered about. It's more the melee punch that I'm really after. Right, we can build a shipwright here for some money. We can build an armourer. That is probably more useful. Well... No, we're going to spend our money on that because it gives us more economy bonuses. Right, you are trying to avoid us, so I'm afraid that you have... That's your first and last mistake.
Follow me. Engage! Put an end to this evil.
Pollen Goldor has gotten a lot of stars as well. Of all Elfbanes, the most deadly. Right then, let's see what we can do here. We do have a ballista, so do they though. We are also unfortunately on the wrong end of the map, really. Okay. Right, so we've got 3 generals in this army. Some of these units are fairly depleted, but we have healthy archers. Very healthy archers, actually. You need to come over here as well. Yeah, that's a lot of archers. And you will put over here. And javelins. We will place back near our ballista. And everything else... Horse archers are looking a bit beaten up. I think the Merchant's Wharf building is bugged. Yeah, that's why I'm not building it, because I think you're correct. I know that there's a Merchant's building which doesn't work, essentially, and I think it's the Merchant's Wharf. I know it's not any of the ports, so I can build them and get the benefits. Right. Are they going to attack us? Probably not, I would assume. Indeed they aren't. Can't really blame them for that, I suppose. But we can get our ballista into a nice position down here, maybe. Cover it with our javelins. Baneguard, Raiders. Could actually go after the wargs, maybe with our horse archers. Although we could also go after their siege, maybe, if they leave it behind, which they are, so yes. Once again, they are leaving their most prized assets behind, albeit there are 3 ballistas. See you, Circuit. There we go. We're not going to be able to kill off entire ballista crews here, but they are going to take a little while to actually get into position, which we can definitely use to our advantage. Just a question, just to have fun, I asked that question. Oh, I see. Yes, I know who you're talking about. Sard. Neat. Good to have you around. See you, mate. Alright, let's see here. Spears, which we will want to keep around. I'm out, guys. Oh, hey, Calvin. And goodbye again. Right. Our javelins a little bit further forwards. We're nearly in range actually to be able to start shooting at their ballistas.
Ready your horses.
Oh boy. Right. Get back there. Don't have any Gorvaleg in this army, which is a little bit of a shame, but why are you going at slow speed? We've got Baneguard. That's not ideal for us, to be honest with you. Right. Oh, Jesus. Of course. Shoot at them. No, that's not what I wanted to do at all. You three. No, I want you three to come up here. And as for the rest of you, you're going to go there like so. Actually, no you're not. You're going to go up here as well.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Will we indeed? Right. Yeah, go after the raiders actually. It's not ideal, but if we send you two over here, you go up and around, and you do the same. We'll send you two to do the same eventually as well. Okay. The AI seems to really hate javelins in Medieval 2. It's really quite interesting that they designate the javelins as being such a threat. Alright, you go there. Can start shooting down the line over here, even if it's not going to be quite as devastating as Gorvaleg. Our ballista hasn't really been too useful. Okay. Cell swords. See, like, this is what happens if you just give an attack order in DAC. For some reason they just go into a thin formation and it's just not very good. So you have to sort of drag and drop, which is kind of annoying, but
Without him, his troops will lose their will to fight.
good. And horse archers. I think we broke them, didn't we? The ballista crew. Well, regardless, this army will need reinforcements as well at some stage. Yep, they routed. Oh no, actually go after them. Make sure that they cannot get away. You stick around. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Lots of routing, just what we wanted to see. You're the healthier ones, aren't you? You go this way. You keep going after them. And yep, perfect. So this is a potential annoyance dealt with, but we're going to have to do another grueling siege of Rockburg. Alrighty. Let's wait for them to kill off what we can, and hopefully this army will be completely defused. And that's it, isn't it? Yep. 100 losses. That might be their faction leader they've sent forward as well. I don't know how orc family trees work, but I mean, I would imagine that having plentiful supply of generals is not too much of a problem for orcs. So I don't think I can just wipe away their leadership or hope they send their faction leaders after me so I can kill them all on a consistent basis. J Monster is playing Medieval 2. Execute them. Enemy camp sacked. Back to Tirith Anduin. This is a bit of a concern though. Delosh. Oof, he's an ugly boy. Okay. We'll save it. I think the next turn we do will probably be the last one of the stream, because I would imagine Isengard are going to attack Rockburg yet again. But wouldn't it be interesting if Mordor died without me ever having really laid a glove on them? Because it might happen. Dorwinion were very strong, Harad were being very annoying to them. A resurgent Gondor might actually spell the end of Mordor, but I don't know if... I think it's probably a bit too late for Gondor. But Isengard continue, wave upon wave of Uruk-hai. They're not waiting for reinforcements, which is foolish of them. If they had that general, that might have been enough to give them a chance. Okay. So I think this will be the last battle of the stream. Not really anything in the way of forward progress. We did take Entwade briefly, but we had to pull back when we saw the sheer amount of Isengard armies down there. It's a slow process building up an army worthwhile as the elves, which has been a problem throughout the campaign really when you think about it. But right, how much in the way of pesky ballistae do they have this time? One. Just one, actually. Okay. That is not too bad. You lot go back here. Cavalry, we will do the same thing as we normally do. I swear. Did no one think when this game was being made that maybe this might be a bit of a problem? There we go. Good. And Govaleg, once again back here. Wait for them to move in and then slaughter them. Hello, Bogdan TV. And still got this Elven King's Gate Guard. We really need to do something about this. These units are just taking up valuable space and I can't retrain them, so I may as well get rid of them. I know they've got 3 gold chevrons and that makes those units there incredibly good, but I'm never going to get the opportunity to retrain them in settlements like this anyway. So it's a bit of a pointless appendage to our armies. Elven King's Gate Guard need to be the reinforcements. They have nothing that can withstand them after all. Ooh, another unit of javelins. You can go over here as well then. Actually, this can be one big group. We're going to go up there. Lothlorien sentries can go over here. Come on. Ugh, you know what, forget it. We'll just turn them around now. There, good. Right then. If we can deal with that ballista quickly, we can use our generals up here. Hello, Senation. TV. That was TW. In my defence, I'm reading the chat from halfway across the room. What is this they're shooting at? Nope, that's completely pointless. There's the ballista crew. A chance for my horse archers to show their quality. You missed basically us building up. Had the opportunity to actually replenish my lands. The Beast Slayers are firing here. We're actually getting counter skirmished, amazingly enough. They actually haven't bothered to do that as of yet. What have they got going on over here? So more Isengard units are sort of making themselves known. Clan Spearmen. That's Uruk High Infantry. That's Berserkers. Right. They took a lot of damage there quite quickly. No, don't go into them. Right. Do they feel like moving in, or are they just gonna kick back and relax? They're the ones that engaged me in a siege battle. Yeah, the campaign will definitely continue. Ooh. We are getting skirmished. They're actually doing something worthwhile. They're actually using their beast slayers to get my cavalry off their backs. Will wonders never cease? Well, no matter. We can still do our thing. Right. Is it even worth going after the... It's probably not worth going after the well. The rest of you, though. Can kill off their general fairly quickly here, I think. Yeah, it's a perfect shot. We're not even wasting any arrows. So that's going to be not good for them. Right, what's going on over here? We have got Spearguard. Now that they're spreading out a little bit more, we should be able to get our cavalry into a position to be useful at a later date. Yeah, now the counter-skirmishing begins. But it's only from Uruk-hai archers, to be honest. And with the Elven King's Guard in here, they're not really going to be anything to worry about. Yeah, you've made a serious mistake. Errors in judgment abound. And actually, we will start moving forward with you, I think. And in the backfield, do we have Beast Slayers? We do, but perfect. That's where the ballista is. Yes, just what we needed. Zerkers. Actually going up here with their berserkers. That's bold. Yeah, we'll just leave them to kill them, to be honest. Actually, no. We will use the archers over here, and we will actually, yes, we will commit you over here. That's not looking good for them. Yeah, this battle's probably going to go pretty well, to be honest. Got a golden opportunity here to use our Gorva leg, if it, allows me to position them properly. And we have our spears on station over here. Right, they're probably engaged by the berserkers now, but look at the devastation. Brutal. Yeah, very much glass cannons are the berserkers. And you were victorious. Get away from there. Actually, you can go over here. Shoot into their backs. Beast Slayers. Don't want to charge into the Beast Slayers, actually, because they've got that the spears on their backs. Not to be trifled with. Well, I mean, it's probably best to go on the offensive now. How's your economic situation? Good, actually. We've got nothing to worry about there, I don't think. We should be able to keep things going quite smoothly from here on out.
If we continue like this, we will smash the enemy.
Yeah, they're getting torn apart now. That's a bit of a shame, getting into melee with them, but Javelinas. Don't know why they had all these half-orc spearguard out here, to be honest with you. They're trying to shoot my javelins again, they just can't help themselves. Right. The clan spearmen. Are ironically like the last people left alive in there. Weird. continue to fire in.
Continue like this, we will smash the enemy. Only half the enemy force remains.
You can charge in there as well. Cavalry continuing to cause absolute mayhem in behind the enemy lines. Javelins. They're out of ammo. Good. And yeah, we are looking healthy. This is the thing, Isengard, I'm not really too concerned about Isengard beating me at any point now. The issue is more going to be, am I going to be able to actually break out of here in a timeful manner? Or timely manner, I should say.
Good tidings. The enemy
That should finally be the end of them, really. Yep, there they go, Beast Slayers. Gorvaleg, let's get you out of there. Charge into melee, I suppose, why not? Oop. Who cares if they rout off? March Wardens. Yeah, that's going to do a lot of damage to them. Well, those are Baneguard actually, so we probably could get away with charging into them. After we soften them up with our javelins first. Also, we could get away with, certainly get away with getting some damage done at range, I think. What's that over there? That's Spear Guard. That should be enough to break them, to be honest. You'd imagine. None of this cavalry is especially amazing, well, at charging in like this, but this should be enough to cause them to rout with the loss of their general. Victory is a distinct possibility, apparently. Somehow I have a hard time believing that, but sure. You do you, Baneguard. Must be nice to be an optimist like that.
The battle is very much in our favour. Victory will be ours.
Right, as they go careening into the enemy lines. Again, you can see the difference between a cavalry that doesn't have a fantastic charge and one that has a substantially better charge. They're still dragging their heels a little bit. And then I suppose we'll just shoot into the Spear Guard with as much as we can. We've got actually some Gorvaleg that could do that. God, they're still fighting hard. Got to give them their credit. They aren't going down without a fight. Probably a good thing that I'm building up one of those units of Lance Cavalry. Definitely come in useful in a situation like this, because they would have routed probably on the first charge. Hold on a second. Get them out of there. Still going. The joys of fighting Isengard in Divide and Conquer. They still won't break. Stubborn things. Surely this time, surely that charge is enough. There we go. And it was. And even better, there's not going to be a single survivor. And we'll get ready to chase down what remains of the Spear Guard as well. Even the Orc men units for Isengard are just so resilient to this sort of thing, which is bad news for us as Lothlorien. This should be substantially more of a problem for them, but it's not going to be enough to kill all of them off, I don't think, because we've got like half a volley left. We'll see. I do like having access to these horse archers, though. It has made our lives just that little bit easier. Yeah, that was enough to actually substantially knock them down a little bit. Oof. I don't know why Isengard insist on doing this if all they're going to do is yell. Rumil still has quite a lot of ammunition, actually. What are they doing? Ah, I see. That wasn't ideal for us, to be honest with you. This may not be the best way to go about our business, but
If we continue like this, we will
yeah, we've taken too many losses by doing that, really, aren't we? But this is the last battle of the stream, so I suppose we can't be too...
Behold how our cowardly foe runs. It's time to press the attack.
Can't complain too much. For a while it was looking like the campaign was a bit of a lost cause, but it is no longer the case.
Utterly vanquished. This is a great...
It's a bit strange they didn't decide to send their general up with them, to be honest with you. It would have made my life much harder. As it was, they just did the same sort of thing that they normally do, where they just sort of wedge their warg rider general right down the throat of my spears, and it goes about as well as you would expect.
Stay in the trees.
Execute them. And they scurry off once more. To be fair, that's probably the vast majority of them as well. I mean, it probably is actually worth our time to just sort of hold with Celeborn and try and attack with the other army. I think that would probably be the best way to deal with things as it stands. Oof, look at that though. That is a genuinely full strength Isengard army. I guess they're not too happy about the fact that I burnt down their town and stole everything. Anyway, I think we'll save it here because we'll have a whole turn to actually plan what we do out next time. But yes, that will be the last battle of the stream, and this will be the end of the stream for today. The next stream, however, will be tomorrow at around the same sort of time, because like I said, we're going to try and like I said, the schedule is going to be like a video on Monday. I think the streams will happen sort of for the time being Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then another video on Saturday. I think that's probably the best way to go about things. So yeah, I mean, we didn't make too much in the way of forward progress, but we have built ourselves up, and honestly it is just a matter of time at this point. I think Isengard won't beat us outright now because they're the only foe we have. We can focus fully on them. And they're not going to defeat us. Like, it's just going to be a case of wading through all of their armies, and hopefully over on this side of things, where's our diplomat? There he is. Hopefully people like Bree and Khazad-dûm can start pulling their weight, albeit Khazad-dûm are probably dealing with Dunland Doom stacks, which is not ideal for them. But yeah, I think with that we will probably end the stream. And I already saved it, but again, it's all paranoia. I've lost things in the past and it's just not worth it. Anyway, regardless, this is going to be the end of the stream for today, and yeah, all being well, it will be the same time tomorrow, and hopefully for the same length of time as well. If not, I'll obviously communicate that on the YouTube the YouTube like community section, the YouTube messages. But I think it almost certainly will just be from another stream tomorrow. And hopefully then we can actually genuinely break the back of the campaign, because if we can just advance even halfway into Rohan, that will probably mean victory is almost assured. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed this, and I hope you'll join me for whatever is next.